sound check. We have one board member who is calling in this evening, Ms. Reinhardt. Mary Joy, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, looks the way. Thanks, we're all set. All right, so I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we have 8 board members in attendance this evening. Ms. Reinhardt is tuning in remotely by telephone, and Ms. King is unable to join us this evening. I just checked the visitor comment sign-up sheet, and I see that there is no one who is signed in to address at the beginning of the meeting. That sign-up sheet will remain active throughout the meeting, so that if you wish to sign in to address the board at the end of the meeting, you may choose to do so. Moving on. The minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the board meeting minutes of January 27th, 2025? Thank you, Mr. Carney.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Cruz. Any questions or comments before we vote on the minutes?
Yeah, I reviewed the minutes in regards to the conversation that we had about the bills list. There's a lot of questions from the public in regards to what was going on there. I just want to clarify for the minutes that this was a legal bill with Barrett Law, and then this was for an internal complaint at the district that our superintendent had sought legal request or legal guidance from their personal lawyer. Once it was determined that the district was not liable for this to be paid, it was subjectively removed by Mike on Monday before the meeting. So I just want to clarify that out there, so that way it clears everything up and clears the air.
All right, so you would like that
I'd like that reflected in the minutes, please.
You'd like that reflected in the minutes? Okay. So you're making a motion to include that in the minutes, I guess?
If that's what needs to happen, yes.
All right. So I'll second your motion to include that in the minutes. Any objections to including that addendum, that clarification in the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
I'm sorry. We have one opposed. Dr. Wyak?
Nay.
Opposed. Mr. Mond, another opposed to that. 3 opposed. Motion carries to make the amendment to the minutes. Do you have what you need, board recorder? Thank you. Now, could I please have the vote so that amendment has been made? All those in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to Superintendent District Update. Dr. Mann, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gaiman. We have, I think, just a brief review of the agenda tonight. We have Mr. Fluck, who will be presenting on a recommendation for our student devices. We have representatives from Alloy 5 who will be speaking to the library project. I want to thank Dr. Trinkle for her work on the calendar. She'll be available for questions on that. Dr. Solometo, who will be available for questions on our math pilot. And I do want to thank the various committees for the great amount of preparation that went in advance to tonight's meeting. So that will be my summary report. Thank you, Mrs. Gaiman.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mann. Moving on to Curriculum, Student, and Staff Services. We have a presentation tonight by Alloy 5 regarding the potential Southern Lehigh High School library project and renovation. We'll turn the floor over to you now with whatever, presentation you have to make. Feel free to.
If you wouldn't mind, I'll do a brief introduction.
Please. Thank you,
okay?
Dr. Trinkle. Please do.
Yes. Beginning in October, we began to meet biweekly as a project planning team and a steering committee comprised of members of Alloy 5, administration, students, and staff. And we use curricular anchors coupled with feedback and innovation to drive the design development process. with curricular connections in mind, the flexible design and space to inspire exploration and discovery. This will enable our students to experience learning that will extend far beyond our traditional classrooms, transforming how they'll engage with content. So I have the pleasure of introducing Brenna Heller, who is our lead designer from Alloy 5, who's been kind enough to spend all this time with us to get us to this point. And she will provide an overview for you tonight, this evening, to kind of demonstrate what all of the work that has gone into this so far. Our commitment to the steering committee and planning committee process has allowed her team to be responsive to our students' needs and our needs as an administration and staff. And she'll be presenting that design process to you this evening. I want to thank you very much. The work so far, the dedication has been exceptional. And she is here to showcase this vision and bring it to life for you tonight.
If you pull that button towards you, it'll click.
All right, we good? Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Feel free to adjust it. It's very forgiving. And it comes out if you want to walk around too.
Oh, wow. Okay. As Dr. Trinkle mentioned, my name is Brenna Heller. I am an interior architectural designer from Alloy 5 Architecture, and I have been the project manager and designer on your library renovation project. I have projected a presentation onto the TV screen here. Starting out, I've been tasked with giving an overview at, our current progress of the project. So looking at the outline here, we're going to review the timeline, look at the overall scope and the floor plans, and then look at kind of where the concept began and then how that evolved, and look at the finish and material selections that then translate into the 3D renderings, and then talk about get more into that timeline and the milestones, which also lead into the project approach and the budget. Here is our overall original timeline. We started in October with a kickoff meeting, and you can see there's a red line on the timeline that represents today's date. This has been the original timeline. So per that timeline, we are technically in design development, but within the design process, some of the phases blend together, and we are actually more well on our way into construction documents. I don't want to get too far into the timeline, as we actually have some updates to this that are at the end of the presentation. But like I said, we are through design development into construction documents and have some alterations regarding some of these dates. But the ultimate goal is to begin construction at the end of the school year and have the final completion prior to next school year. Just to, give a sense of the scope and where we're located. So the scope of work is outlined in black with the diagonal hatch in it. It's located just down the hall from where we're at. If you can see my mouse, we're located right here in the high school right now. So it's just a short walk away from where we're currently located. Zooming into that area of work, looking at page 5 here, if you have the presentation, is a floor plan of how the library would be utilized for regular usage or, in everyday use by the students. You might notice that the plan is separated between more of blue-toned colors and then green. So the blue is what we're identifying as the passive zone, which is more of a traditional library in a sense, and then the green areas is more of an active zone, which the programs that are located within that are makerspace areas. STEM-related activities can be held in here. So the furniture, the finish selections all tie into whether it's a passive zone or an active zone. So that is how we're separating the library spaces here. And there is a movable glass wall in the center between those two spaces so that it can either be used as one big open space or be closed. Say you have two different activities or groups meeting in there, so you can have some both visual and acoustical separation. Starting out at the top of the plan, at the main entrance of the library, that is the existing main entrance. The perimeter of the area of work really isn't being touched. It's more so what's happening within that. So starting out at the main entrance, just south of that, there's a printing station for the students to utilize. That's, like I said, just located off the entrance so that they don't have to, go throughout the whole entire library, potentially disrupt what's happening in there. There's just behind that wall a workroom for staff to use with storage and then essential equipment like laminators and poster printers that the whole entire district actually uses. And then just below that is the new check-in desk. So that's your library circulation desk where students will check in and out resources. And just located behind that is an ADA accessible restroom that can be utilized by staff, or if there is a public meeting, can be utilized by someone that's participating in that meeting. But on a regular day-to-day use would be used by staff and is located privately behind this passageway, which leads into the guidance suite. So now there is a direct connection to the guidance suite with a vestibule in between for added privacy. And then located just below that is what we're calling the performance area of the library, because we have this space over here is a really nice double height space with a skylight. And it's really the only space with a lot of natural light. So we have these modular wooden cubby type bleacher risers that you can reconfigure to how you would like. So a small performance could happen there. Someone could be presenting something, a speech, etc. Moving over to the center of the plan, the main library space, there is a thick wall kind of at the top here where I'm pointing to. This is your presentation wall. So right now there's 4 groups of tables, individual tables grouped together here. So you could have small groups going on, but these tables can also be separated for flexibility. Everything in this plan is meant to be flexible. So all of your furniture would be on casters so that it could be moved however you would like. Or for AP testing, things like that. But then also we want to foster collaboration, so it can be grouped together for collaborative group projects as well. At the bottom of the plan here is a more lounge small group area, and this is where we would like to add in a new window to get some more natural light in the space. There is another window just to the right of that. So this would match that window and bring a lot of natural light into the space. As right now, like I mentioned earlier, not a whole lot of light coming in there. Another part of this plan that would increase natural light is that instead of having tall bookshelves throughout, the bookshelves would be lowered so that there's visibility throughout the whole entire library, so it can be well monitored, but also let that natural light flow throughout the space. There are also a few small group rooms. There's an existing class, moving to the active zone and the makerspace areas, looking at the top right at what we're calling the makerspace classroom. That currently is a classroom that would be relocated to another area in the school and be utilized for makerspace activities. We're opening that up with another movable glass wall so that if they needed to utilize a larger space, they could use this library workspace below that. And then all the way at the bottom here, there's a makerspace lab that features a counter height U-shaped island. And then 3D printers would be housed here as well. And then moving all the way to the right is where the existing publishing lab, which is again located in another area throughout the school, will be relocated near the library and the TV studio where it'll better fit the programming as that teacher is involved with the TV studio and other STEM activities. So we're on So that is the regular usage layout here. It doesn't change much. None of the structure changes looking at the community and large group usage layout, just the furniture. So we have chosen furniture that can be utilized from both students, but also be reconfigured for board members to sit at or other types of groups to utilize. And then there's a chair storage room where all additional chairs can be stored in to bring out for additional seating. So in this plan, we are showing 20 seats on the internal side so that, board members, staff, guest speakers could sit at, and then there's 80, in this layout, there are 80 audience seats. Are there any questions about the plans? No, I just said a lot.
I have one question.
Yes.
You mentioned for the community space, the additional seating. Is that proposed to be all new furniture, or is there a reuse of furniture we already own?
Right now in this plan, it's all new furniture, but if you had furniture that you can utilize, that can certainly be used. One thing I forgot to mention on here is we're also adding an exterior door. Below this library area is a parking lot, so if there's a community meeting, people can park out there and enter directly into the space they're meeting in instead of having to go throughout the whole entire school.
So you're saying somewhere on this bottom portion there would be an exterior door?
Yep. Sorry, the exterior door is, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse. It's,
Oh, now yes,
Yep.
I see. So kind of on the side here, I see now.
Yep. So
Thank
we would
you.
be extending there's an existing sidewalk that we would just have to extend
Yes.
to that side of the building, and then a parking lot right there.
Familiar with that. My question was for the small group meeting rooms.
Mhm.
You were talking about glass wall and movable walls and flexible spaces. I know
Yes.
that our adjacent guidance suite that you'd mentioned is there within the passageway. I guess, are those small meeting rooms kind of meant to augment, there's limited conference space in that guidance suite. Would those small meeting rooms be able to be made private to utilize, or is this a glass wall situation for those meeting rooms?
That can be utilized however you would like to use. It can be for small group students, teachers,
But it has
meeting
the ability
space.
to make it like
private.
a private.
Yes, we've
conference
talked
room.
about adding a privacy film to that and or shades. So we're in discussions right now about how we would like to tackle that privacy, but I think we're leaning towards a frosted film.
Okay, I just wasn't sure how permeable or half wall or all this.
Nope,
Okay,
it's a
that
full height
clarifies.
glass wall, but would be have some sort of privacy, whether it be roller shades or a frosted film.
Okay, so the idea is to use that as truly could be private meeting space, which was okay.
Yep,
Thank you.
it's private. Any other questions on the plan before I move forward? Okay. This next slide here was our first iteration before moving on to actually selecting the real finished samples and materials, kind of where we started to, explain the feeling we wanted in this library and important aspects such as collaboration, which we're achieving through unique table layouts, bringing in some natural elements for a sense of, calmness throughout the space, but then also having your school pride with, your branding and school colors. And we met with a steering committee that consisted of, staff members and students. And one thing they mentioned was that they would love to see some additional color put in here besides blue. So although we are honoring your Spartan blue, that is the main accent color, we also would like to throw in some other colors that, help spark creativity and provide a little bit more energy throughout the space, which you would see in, smaller moments. And then moving from there, that kind of moved into picking out the actual finishes. So the left side of the page here is showing your flooring. So all the way to the left, there are two different carpet tiles. The gray would be used throughout most of the space, and then the blue would be used as an accent. Carpet tile is a really good option as opposed to broadloom, like what is in this space and what is currently in the library. They are tiles, so they can be easily replaced, whereas if you use a broadloom carpet, you can't really replace any damaged tile. And then a luxury vinyl tile, which is really a fancy name for a resilient flooring. It's just more of a hard surface product, so spills can be wiped off of it, things like that. And this is a plank product, so again, could be replaced if needed. And then moving over to the right half, these are finishes that would be the plastic laminate would be your cabinetry, casework, bookshelves, things like that. There's going to be a lot of wood on those items, but also have accents of gray and white as well. And then in those stem areas, we would be utilizing more heavy-duty countertop, which we're showing with the butcher block countertop for durability. And so you can just do projects right on top of that. And then a solid surface countertop in the circulation desk and that printing area that might require a little bit more durability. And then you can see we have some of those accent colors on the side here that will be utilized through furniture or the blue. We have some blue accent paint throughout. And then all of these finishes translate directly into the renderings that I will show you next. So whatever's on this page also is in those renderings. Are there any questions about those materials? Okay. So starting out at the entrance of the library, I have a key plan here in the corner. So this one's a little hard to read, but you're standing at the main entrance looking all the way to the back wall of the performance area. You're greeted with that printing station I talked about and flanked on your left and right with bookshelves. As you move throughout the space, here's an image of the circulation desk. I would also like to note that although these may look final, they're not final. All of these renderings are always a work in progress. Things can always change and are in development. So here's an image of the circulation desk. You can see that printing wall in the back. And then behind that printing wall would be the staff workspace. And then beyond that even more is the guidance suite. And then the next image shows that performance area. As you can see, there's a lot more natural light coming into this space due to that skylight. This image is as if you were sitting at the circulation desk. So you can see it has a really good sight of the whole entire library, so you can monitor what's going on. And in this example, it's looking at the setup as if it were, your everyday usage. There's movable felt panels in this small lounge area. So this would be on a track. So they could either be open, which is how it's shown in this image, or in the next one, it could be closed. So they move and would be on a track, and this image shows them closed. It kind of serves as a separation and backdrop for what this image is showing as a layout for a public meeting. So the tables that are on the left side here are reconfigured and separated to create your dais. This is just another few images showing, those panels open or closed. Moving to the makerspace area, we're now looking at that open workspace, looking into the makerspace lab. You can see that U-shaped island, which is good for instruction for students to gather around with the teacher to be in the middle. And then looking even beyond that, at this glass wall, the publishing lab would be beyond that glass wall. And then this is the last rendering that's showing, looking into the makerspace classroom. It's showing that this would be a movable wall, but it's showing what that wall would look like closed. And this room, we're utilizing existing casework, whiteboards, technology, etc., just giving it new furniture and finishes. Are there any questions about the renderings before we move on?
Yeah, I have got a list of questions. I wanted to wait until you were done. So
Okay.
thank you for that presentation. Nice renderings. I wanted to ask about, first off, what's this total square footage in this
Of just
space?
the library or all
Everything.
of the like accessories?
The whole thing, first off.
It's like 10,500, give or take.
And then the library space itself in the middle.
Let me go to the plan.
Be nice to
So-
have a little breakdown of that. If you could just
Sure.
put a table together, it'd be
Yep.
pretty easy for you to do.
Yep, I could do that.
Yeah.
Whatever this blue, the light blue space, it's
Yeah.
3,500 square feet.
Where is that, Karen? You say it's on the plan?
All of the rooms have
Yeah,
a
if you-
tag that
yep.
say the name and the
Yeah.
square footage.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you I'm looking at page 6. That just has one of the layouts, and each room will have a number attached. That's
Yeah.
the square footage.
Thank you.
In future presentations, I could put together a table.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to,
Okay,
to
yeah.
scan through and see. Actually, Melissa had a question, and I do as well at this point. With the robotics lab, we're talking about the maker space, or is that a different thing?
I think
The
yeah, that'd
robotics
be different.
club and the maker
Yeah.
space.
I
Could you
think the
differentiate
robotics,
that?
I don't know that space will be sufficient for the robotics.
Right, that's what I
a
figured.
formal
It'd be
robotics
separate.
laboratory.
Yeah,
It may be components of what their work, but
Right.
I don't think overall
Gotcha.
it would not be sufficient.
yeah. Just want to clarify that. The stacks, the book stacks throughout. How did you calculate the shelving space with respect to what we've had versus where we're headed, and the ratio of reference material versus checkout material? And then also coupled with that, the organization of those stacks. I mean, I know you don't have it completely figured out, but you've got to have a method to the madness, if you will, as to where you're going to organize everything by.
Mhm. Yeah, I believe your team is working with a collection.
We have consulted with 3, narrowed it down to 2 potential vendors to help us with the front end and back end process of that, because of the amount of materials that we have. Alloy 5 did help us kind of get an estimate.
Yeah, we have like an amount of linear feet, and there's a calculation you can use of, your average book thickness and per linear.
Right.
Yeah, but it's kind of difficult to estimate, as every book has a different size.
Well, I could imagine. And then what complicates it is having the low stack
Another
itself, which, I know you've got volumes in the perimeter meandering throughout that whole space. I just wondered
Mhm.
about the logic of that, and how, maybe in other installs you've accomplished it, and how it works, and, how that compares to this.
Yeah, we're mostly utilizing, most of the shelving space is on the perimeter, which you currently do have. And then a lot of the bookshelves that are floating throughout the center really don't accommodate for a large amount of those books. But again, we need to work with that consultant to figure out how you would like your space organized. And another thing is, you never want to operate at 100% capacity. So
Exactly.
we're making sure that we're at 85% or below that, so that there's fluctuations, room to grow, things like that.
That's kind of where it was headed.
Yeah,
Because
Right.
Part
We
of
have
the
more than
timing
enough.
with what you're doing versus what you're doing, and that you don't end up being short.
Right. We're definitely talking to each other.
We've been in constant communication and narrowing that down. I think the bigger part of the project will be removing the items, packaging, and
Yeah.
either donating or whatever the outcome of those identified selections that we do not wish to keep. That one vendor in particular will have a pretty decent timeline they'll have to accomplish that in. So we are trying to time that with other approvals to move forward those approvals pretty quickly as well. That will be part of this project for sure.
That's a separate budget number, a separate contract, et cetera. So it's
Yeah,
not
that's-
included in our current budgetary estimates, right?
That's correct. That's on top of the current budget estimate.
As well as the other question I had on that not that we got to budget too much yet, but the technology within this space is not currently included, right?
That's correct. If there's any additions going in, it hasn't been identified in the estimate.
Thanks. Yeah, I had one comment. I think it's the slide before this. If you could, yeah. So my question is, when you have that maker space in the back, and then you've got the study areas, and there's no sound, let's say, division there, the migration of sound, is that going to be problematic when you have half a dozen 3D printers and people doing things over there, unless I'm missing the understanding of that space?
So in between where you see this line on the floor where the flooring changes, that's where the movable wall is. That has an acoustic steel to it. So if
Gotcha.
that were, that problem were to come up, you could close that.
Okay,
Mhm.
great.
But Steve, are you thinking a divider between where that high U table is
That's
and
what I
those
was
tables with
That's
the
what I
green?
was wondering. Yeah,
I
I wasn't
that
sure
too.
about that.
We originally actually did have a wall there, and with conversations with the team, we actually eliminated that as they thought that
No, I think
those two spaces.
I think that glass wall solves it.
Okay.
And then when I interpret the plan view here,
Mhm.
The dark hatched walls are the adders to
Right.
the space itself, right?
Yep, those are new. And then the only one that's not showing up properly is in the center here, this rectangular area, which is housing, structure, mechanical chases, etc. is new
so that's
as well.
what that thick wall is, and
That's
you have
what that is.
returns and feeds and
There's a
whatnot
lot
there.
of existing columns, a rain
Okay.
leader, things like that.
Okay.
Mhm.
So that'll be floor to ceiling. That was another question I had. It'll be hiding the mechanicals. Okay. And then that 60 square foot restroom, the lavatory over to the left, that's completely new. Is that right?
Yes, in order to get a door into the guidance suite, we would be eliminating their existing bathroom. So
Yeah.
we're supplementing that with
Okay.
the new one.
Yeah. And then as far as, we look at any of the renderings, you've got the dropped ceiling
Mhm.
tiles. Maybe you could just switch over to, any one of those. That's good. So that's all completely gutted and
Yep.
new suspended
Yes,
ceiling there. Yeah.
all new ceilings
And the lighting.
and lighting.
Yeah. Now, what about sprinkler systems and all that?
There's currently not a sprinkler system in the library. We do have to get into that more with our engineers. Right now, the school is sprinklered in limited areas and high hazard areas like mechanical and storage rooms. So that's something we're looking into. I don't think it's required, but we would have to, look into that more.
Yeah, I was going to
But
say.
that is in the budget at this point that you
Is
guys provided to us at 30,800 sprinkler heads, 44 each.
Yeah, and that's not, which I think are illegal at this point anyway. The melt-away tiles are done with, and they would come through like these, the hidden, well, there are none in here.
Yeah, they don't have the school.
Oops.
There's a lot of, it's an existing school. So there's, those
Yeah, they're
nuances
grandfathered
with,
in. I
Yep.
get that. Yep.
No,
But the minute you touch this, though, I think you need to do that, is the point.
it has to be over 50% of the work area of the school, which we're at well
Gotcha.
under.
Okay. Interesting. Thanks for the
the
detail
other
on
thing
that.
is too, Steve, because that's a good point. Overall fire protection, they have 38,750 plus the sprinkler heads at 30,000. So you're looking at right now in there 69, 70 grand in the budget estimate, even though they haven't worked that out with the engineer yet.
Yes, we're not sure
So
exactly
that
what's
could
required
hopefully
with
come
that
down.
yet. Yeah, it could. And, we're providing ample exits. Everything in here would be like a Class A fire rating. So we're compensating for that either way.
So, and maybe this is something I shouldn't bring up now, but I'm going to do it anyway. Between lighting or lighting controls and fire systems, are there any ways for us to negotiate advantages in pricing with our world leaders that are in our area here in the Lehigh Valley? Is that something that's possible or not?
I would have to look into that.
Okay, because there are two of them that can touch those areas that we might be able to get some significant savings.
Okay. Yeah, we can certainly
I would
look
recommend we
into.
do that and see if there is any opportunity there. It may not be, but as I always say, it never hurts to ask.
Nope. Yep. You're correct.
Because frankly, when we look at the budget, it's pretty
Yep.
pretty
Lighting.
salty for
Lighting is definitely one of
Yeah.
the biggest expenses, but will probably make one of the biggest impacts as well.
I mean, we're talking about 10,000 square feet and we're 25% of our stadium budget here. So almost 25%. So we have to, take some of this into mind. I know our business director is very mindful of value engineering. So I think that's going to be a significant, urgent task in the beginning here so that we're set on the right path.
Right.
And make sure that we have the most valuable return on this investment as
Mhm.
possible given the situation.
Yep.
Let's just see if I had anything else. I think that was probably it at the moment. Just thought I'd bunch it all together. Yeah, that's it for now. Thank you. I appreciate the
Yep.
answers.
Anyone else?
Yeah. So touching base on what Mike was, or what Steve was saying in regards to looking into other possibilities. So some of our other projects that we had, one of the things, Lou, you remember the opportunities for paybacks, basically with energy savings, specifically PPL electric.
Yes.
Just looking to see if that was looked into in terms of when we're talking about lighting. I know that PPL does a lot of programs for upgrades and new stuff.
We haven't gotten to that yet. We're still in the design process, especially on the engineering side of things, as they just got started when our contract got approved. So those questions are important, though, that we'll be working with our engineers on.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and I didn't intend to put the cart ahead of the horse here, but I think it's important because we're on a very tight schedule here. If we're to finish in August, we're on a tight timeline here by the time we get this stuff solidified from an architectural and engineering standpoint. When does it have to be done again? If we look at the timeline.
I'll move to the next slide as we'll talk about that more.
Okay, great. I'll shut up now. Thanks.
All right. So this page, we have upcoming milestones. The first line here is showing today's date. And then the two in red denote board action. But as you can see, it says date TBD. And we would actually like to update these for the board update / approved solicitation to be in March, and then work with you to solidify that date. And then the approve and award contracts to be in April. We are, as I mentioned, on ahead of schedule and are able to do this and modify our schedule. We're hearing back from vendors that, it would be important to modify this in order to get things ordered in time. So kind of in between the approving and awarding contracts and the last day of school from April to June, that's when those vendors would be able to start placing orders so that we're able to get the project done on time. And then just to go through the rest of these milestones, the last day of school, this is a mistake. It should say Monday, June 9th. And then the approved contractors and vendors would be able to mobilize on the following day, Tuesday, June 10th. And then for substantial completion to be August 15th and the final completion date to be August 22nd.
So essentially then when we talk about getting these major details figured out and paring down the budget if possible and things of that nature, we essentially have 8 weeks. And February's, for all intents and purposes, on this done.
Sure.
Right. So we get to the middle of May, we're talking 8 weeks.
Yes.
And that means that we need to have all of that ready to go for you to get approval and award contracts. So some of these key decisions, such as, things like the fire systems, the lighting, the
Yep, that's all being worked out right now.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
you're confident with
Yes.
the amount of time there?
Yes.
We're good.
Mhm.
And what kind of deadline are things that you need feedback from the school district in order to make that happen? Because you're going to have various questions over those 8 weeks.
Mhm.
How quickly do we need to get those answers back?
I don't have a exact timeline, but we meet bi-weekly and are figuring out those details every other week.
Yeah, because you're going to have the RFQ process and you're going to be going out to your vendors, getting budgetaries and things. And
We've already gotten a head start on that and reached out to a few that we were able to. So, we're trying to mitigate that by doing everything we can now.
yeah, so where I'm headed is not so much even on your side as on our side. When you need an answer,
Mhm.
we need to get it to you pretty quickly. So we're going to have to look at the process internally here to make sure that we get proper buy-in, if you will, so that we're getting back to you efficiently so that we're not delaying the schedule and we have, a problem come August, September. Is that correct?
Yep.
I have a general comment on budget. I know that we discussed in the facilities committee, the initial number was significantly higher than maybe what we originally had envisioned. And I think that as we go forward and you continue to work with the committee that I know is meeting every week, it would be good for us to understand what some of those big ticket items are that may be more particular and Lucan. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. From my perspective, when I started to take a look at the overall budget estimate, I kind of broke it down into different categories. So for instance, just to start at the total top level, it's hard costs and soft costs. The hard costs are all the construction. The soft costs are your architecture, engineering, permits, things like that. It's basically 87% hard cost, 13% soft costs. So what's already been approved was not to exceed I think it was around $100,000 for the architectural engineering component. And then there's a 5% contingency on the overall project. That's subject to change depending on as the costs come in. And of course, the better job we do up front with planning, we end up with 0 change orders because we don't like change orders. So then if we come in and we've accounted for everything, then the contingency monies would be available. And that's $72,500. So the hard costs, breaking that down, I looked at flooring, walls, furniture, and general contracting. So flooring, for instance, to your point, Candy, the estimated budget was $107,000. We went out and got 3 different quotes from already approved cooperatives, and the best one we got in was $65,000 for the flooring. So that would be a savings of $42,000 or almost 40%. It's like 39.3% under the budget estimate. Walls is another category that was estimated at $241,000, $241,490, and at this point we have one estimate for that work in at $153,784. So that would again be 36.3% under, and that would shave off another $87,700. In the area of furniture, they seem to be right on the money. They had estimate of $380,000, and we had sought 3 quotes. One furniture company decided not to quote it, and we're in at $377,000 for one, $395,000 and change for the other. So that one, even though it's only under 3,500, so it's basically within 1%. So what's outstanding is $720,000, and that's 50%. And that would be the general contracting. That's the things you were bringing up. So that's everything from demolition components like the ceilings, doors, frames, bathroom, sink, plumbing, toilet, site, curbing, and then site work, new sidewalks. That's $12,600. There's no one big thing that jumps out as far as a big price tag on the construction other than painting. Believe it or not, 7,911 square feet at $3 a square is 23,700 in the
I think
estimate.
it's the ceilings and it's all the drywall into that.
So it's kind of like going to the grocery store and wondering how you came out spending that kind of money. It all adds up. I don't want to go through every one of them, but that's basically what I'm seeing. And at this point, much as we did with the furniture and the flooring, we went after 3 competitive quotes, even though they were already on CoStars or on a cooperative national or Keystone purchasing network. We're going to go after 3 qualified contractors. Low Bar is one of them who we've had some experience with. And they gave these guys to us. We just are familiar with them. Litwin is another one that you guys have worked with, and Boyle is another one that we're familiar with that's in the area. So that's to be determined, but that's quite a bit of money there. And hopefully by making sure they know that it's, competition, people will sharpen their pencil and get a better price. At the same time, collectively, we need to determine what is the final plan. So if there is something to be scaled down, like for instance, when you're talking about the furniture, one of the things that we looked at is the current furniture going to work well in the area that they're designing, or is it something that we can redistribute through the district and maybe upgrade some other furniture that needs to be replaced, like in chairs? The tables look great. Are they going to be effective and work for the spaces they have designed? We have to see that. The desk chair combos we do not have. That's all new. The casework, that's going to have to be new. And the whole idea here was to get flexible casework that you could open these areas and whatnot. The chairs are stackable. That's kind of like these. So that's something we could certainly look at. Can we just use what we already have and maybe cut that out? Or do we have enough, and can we order enough more of these so that we can have a nice complement? So that kind of stuff we can continue to do. Other than that, it's kind of like the, what's driving because I did have a conversation with them and with Randy, the senior on the plan. What's driving some of these, price escalations? And it's the same thing we encountered with some of our other projects. Labor costs, hourly wages going up, supply chain issues, and also cost escalation, with inflation, CPI, all that kind of stuff. So I think the price per square has gone up. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
I think right now you're at about, 160 a square foot or something all in,
Approximately.
somewhere in there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think what's important is I know we've got a presentation to come on the programmatic side of this and understanding how the programmatic dovetails in with the construction details and ensuring that we get the best bang for the buck that we can. So,
Yeah, and we kept that at the top of our mind through all of our planning and steering committee meetings. Was we had with the feedback from our teachers and our students. That's how we designed this space from a curricular lens. So yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what that's going to be important to see how that, I guess we're at 1.6, 1.7 million on the overall. And Mr. Pepe went over some of the details on that, but how does that investment allow us to improve and increase programming and educational and academic and extracurricular opportunities? The other question I had, just so I'm clear and on the same page, that budgetary price of 1.6, 1.7, understanding that we're looking for ways to move that down, but that number, when we talk about makerspace and media center rooms and things like that, that budget does not include books, resources. We're labeling these rooms, for example, we're labeling it makerspace, but it's really just a classroom with the desks and chairs and cabinets that you see, because it doesn't include the budgetary for like a 3D printer. Or is there a technology component to this? Like, does this include pricing out like microphones? Like, this is really only our only meeting space in the high school here. And it'll be nice to be able to have like simultaneous meetings or repurpose this room or whatever we're going to do that. But like, our media currently is this big box with cables. And so that flexible, like, is there also has incorporated into the space, is there a technology plan for video conferencing? Okay. So this would have to be transported over to and this octopus of,
None of the replacement of these things are not in this budget.
okay. So
And-
that was my other question. Part of that flexible space. Do we have a flexible media plan with like video conferencing and phoning in, so we're not relying on the superintendent's like cell phone for?
We did begin our initial discussions
Okay.
from a tech perspective, but so those started, even from where the drops would be and all. We started those conversations at our last meeting. The other part of what you mentioned though are the books. That is part of our collection management strategy.
Right.
So that is part of the cost that we've already estimated.
Okay,
to
but it's
reshelf
separate from an additional cost to what we're seeing here.
Though the front end and the back end part of collection management is a separate cost from this, but we've already had those calculations.
Okay, and
So
I
we
guess
have a projection, but
so that'll be part of the programmatic presentation of
Yeah,
what the
we can
budget
get
for
into-
the
yeah.
programmatic side is, and that okay.
yeah, we can get into those.
Okay,
details,
great,
yeah.
great. Then we'll look for that programmatic. Perfect. That answers that question. But
Because
as far
that will
as
require some board action
Yeah.
right around the same time
okay,
in order for us to meet their timelines to help us do what we're asking them to do.
so we need a big picture budget, and it seems like those two sides, like the facilities and the teaching and learning, come together. And this is the first part of that presentation, and the second part from a programmatic point is coming. Great, thank you. And so when you're planning the maker space or those, are you planning the tech drop downs already included in this? Is that what I'm hearing, or no?
I don't think we have those finalized yet. So it would
Okay,
not
so
be
that's
part of
not
this.
included
No.
at this point.
Yeah, I mean the basic electrical data that's
Sure, like
included.
these plugs,
that's
but none of the-
that is included to an extent, yeah,
Okay.
but not not every fixture like your microphones. No.
Projectors and like video conferencing ability and any kind of media in the space is just, we like that TV isn't included in the space and the
Right. Yeah.
cabling and okay, great. Thanks.
Just one other thing on facilities side of it, either Mr. Pepe or, I'm sorry, your name again, I apologize.
Heller.
Brenna, yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Heller, is regarding HVAC. We're going through a lot of these infrastructure improvements now. How does that meld with those projects and then the rework or mods that need to take place in this area, if any?
That area was already done. So this project, whatever they do, they have to tie in.
And
Right.
that's in the budget
Yes.
for HVAC and
Yeah, we're budgeting for like a modification since just I believe it was 2 years ago was replaced.
yeah, about a
Okay.
year and a half.
Less than a year. So, yeah, those now that's brand new systems, it just needs to be modified. Again, like I said, we're still working with the engineers to solidify that.
Thank you.
Well,
I would just say overall, nice job.
thank you.
I think it's a great looking plan. For one, the flexibility is really unparalleled compared to anything else in the school district. So well done on that. I think the utilization aspect from what I see here is very high. So similar to what we've done at the stadium where we have multi-use on that facility, we have very similar principles here so that we maximize the utilization of this space. And that is critical. And I applaud the work that was done by everybody, the administration and Alloy 5, in getting what I would say is a very nice plan. It has a lot of flexibility, a lot of different niche areas, which are great for small collaborative uses. The STEM aspect in there is also, in my mind, a real advantage to what has been. And the overall look is aesthetically is great too. So anyway, well done. I know I
Thank you.
was asking a lot of in the weeds questions,
No,
but
that's okay.
yep, thanks.
We did meet too, in addition to the steering committee with teachers. Mr. Miller met and talked about the things that teachers would like to see in that space. So we do have a list of those things. That is like another step in this process. So those things are coming together. And how we phase those things in and how we prepare that space is all part of it. And we can include that in any update from a curricular lens, if you see that as appropriate.
Yeah, I think what Steve said about the stadium, that's a really good analogy because of the programmatic planning that goes into the library space is just as even more critical just as the programmatic planning for that stadium was like, you needed to know what the programmatic purpose and planning was in order to put the correct lines on that turf. And if we hadn't had a programmatic plan, we wouldn't have necessarily incorporated lacrosse and field hockey and football and soccer and all those other hash marks. So I really want to see that curricular piece, because I want to see, like, what does this space need? Because the academics and the programming need to drive, just like putting the lines on the field are important for that stadium. You need to know what sports we're playing on it. We need to know what educational activities and teacher usage is going to go on in that space before we can, like, greenlight
And
these fantastic visionary
Yeah.
plans. But if you have the visionary plan as a hash mark for, like, a bowling club that we don't have, or no lacrosse lines and we do, that's the programmatic piece that I can't wait to hear.
And I mean, what I can tell you is what we certainly had our vision, but the teachers and the students in particular really, really drove that home for us. That's kind of what, when we met with them, all of the things from a curricular lens, what they want to see, what they have at their fingertips, that came from them.
Yeah, and I
Um,
want to be sure we can cover that from a budgetary standpoint, because
know-
that's going to be the most important thing to put in this design space.
The other thing that's really unique about a project like this is every single student gets benefit of it, because every single student's going to be coming up through the high school and cycling through. So it's kind of like a tech media hub in the building that's just going to get a lot of utilization. So it's one of those things, if you're going to do it right, because you're only going to do it one time, and it's going to look like that for the next 20 odd years.
I just want to acknowledge Mr. Pepe. I know you've been doing a lot of work on, I know I'm pushing on budget, and I know you have, and I appreciate so far the administration's attentiveness to cost effectiveness, value engineering, and it shows in just some of those numbers that you put out to us. It also comes to, it's a ROM budgetary. So, there's a little bit of safety factor in there too, but nevertheless, I just challenge the school district to continue doing more of that to ensure we get the best value possible. And I know you're already doing that. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
All right, great. Yes, Mr. Carney.
It's outside of Alloy, but it's still about the library.
No, go ahead.
Well, I just want to mention that in Ed Committee, some of these conversations have already been ongoing, or have been had and will be ongoing. We're talking about what kind of staff do we need? What kind of impact is it going to have on scheduling? If there's a performance area, we want performers there. We don't want it to look like this picture with no students in it. So we've been talking about, STEAM and classes, digital literacy. And yeah, it's so the conversations are happening at the Ed Committee, and definitely will be happening a little bit more vigorously.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank
you,
All
Brenna.
right, thank you.
As you, yes, by all
Disconnect
means,
here.
you're free to pack up and go. And as we move on, we have under curriculum, student and staff services here. I guess we still have Dr. Trinkle, Big Ideas Math and the school calendar. I know we'll kind of switch gears from the educational aspect of that construction potential project to, I have a motion here to approve. Wait, no, I don't have a motion to approve. I have a discussion about the Big Ideas on-level classroom curriculum, and I know that this was discussed in Ed Committee meeting, as was the district calendar. So I'm not sure if Dr. Trinkle or Mr. Carney. Okay, Dr. Trinkle, have at it. Yes.
Which would you like to do first?
With your preference.
I will start with, I will just go in order with Big Ideas. And Dr. Sometto here too is here to provide any additional information if so needed. This was part of a process that began in the beginning of this school year for this specific review to pilot Big Ideas, which is what we just moved forward with our 6th grade extended into 7th and 12th grade. So the team had met, just like we use an internal process for a curriculum review. The team had selected Big Ideas Math for implementation for next year for continuity from 6th grade to 7th and 8th. And into the secondary grades. That will also kick off next year our K-5 curriculum review for Envisions. We are approaching the end of that that licensing, and we need to take a look at whether that is still meeting our needs or not. And at this point, sixth grade decided to move on with this process because if as a pilot this year, they decide that this is what they plan to use, the students will then receive big ideas in seventh grade and in eighth. And if after piloting this curriculum for a year, they choose not to, it will be part of our K-6 curricular review for Envisions Math. So I think there was a lot of positive feedback from the staff in what they wanted to use as far as curricular rigor, that they were impressed enough to want to pilot it for next year. And from the continuity perspective, this is kind of striking while the iron's hot. This is like the perfect time to do a pilot kind of in between curricular reviews. This seemed like a reasonable approach at this time.
After hearing the presentation, Ed Committee unanimously recommended.
All right, thanks. And so that's a vote we'll be looking at on our next agenda
Yes,
to
please.
approve that curriculum.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Any questions on that? All right, moving on to that calendar item.
So you'll see that the draft calendar has been attached for your review. And I guess I'll kind of move to, through this pretty quickly. We traditionally start our starting time in August has not changed. September and October have not changed with our PD schedule and opportunities for professional learning. But we did change November slightly based on some feedback from our schools and members of our community with the conference schedule. We decided to, if you're looking at the calendar, we decided to use that Friday, which would be Friday the 21st. And instead of having that begin our conference schedule for elementary, we decided to make that a full instructional day. Capture that as an all day, and then move into Monday the 24th, Tuesday the 25th, and Wednesday the 26th. That conference schedules will take place on Monday and Tuesday at primarily K-6, but we can also do them 7 to 12. And then we gain a professional development day on Wednesday for our staff, which given some of our curricular initiatives into next year, this was a gain for the staff. And I also see that as a gain for the community for a bit more predictability in a schedule, especially as it relates to AM and PM kindergarten. We were kind of doing 2 days AM, 2 days PM. There's a little bit of a hodgepodge for families, and that can be very challenging with older siblings in other buildings. So we heard that loud and clear, and we were able to manage this. We did have to reduce the snow days to 182 student days are 182. We reduced the snow days by 2 days. Instead of adding 4 to the calendar, we will work with 2 to start next school year with inclement weather days, and then move right into flexible instruction on that third day. And after those 5 days of flexible instruction, we would have to make a determination if we needed more than 7 days to add days at the end of the school year.
Dr. Trinkle, does that mean if I'm reading the calendar right, then there would be no students in the building Monday through Friday then?
That is
Following
correct.
Monday?
The
Okay.
week of Thanksgiving, so you would start Monday the 24th. No students would be in the building. We would have teacher conferences and teacher in-service if you're not in conferences. And then Wednesday would be reserved for professional development, because I think we're actually gaining more time for conferences. So no students in the building that week.
And that would there would still be an evening conference period of time, or would that
Correct.
eliminate? Okay, so
Yes.
for parents who could only make evenings or Zoom
Yes.
conference. Okay.
Yes, we will still, I leave that to buildings to make the decision whether they want to do Monday or Tuesday, but they do one. And we're thinking with the increased hours of conferences on Monday and Tuesday, we would probably do about 2 hours in the evening one night, which would allow our staff to dismiss at the same time they dismiss on an early on that Wednesday prior.
Right.
They gain that time back.
Just noting that the calendar change doesn't eliminate evening conference opportunity.
It absolutely does not.
Great.
There was another
Thank you
one.
very much for that. Dr. Trickle, does this fall in line with LCTI and what other school districts are doing? I know in the past that has kind of been the part of the driving force for our calendar. Is
Yes.
that, we want to remain consistent for those students.
By and large, yes. November is a little bit different across all districts in our county. There are about 3 or 4 districts that will do it this way next year, not impacting LCTI. I think LCTI is off by 1 day from us. So the access for LCTI students in their shop should not be a concern like I said, we're the fourth district, I think, to implement this calendar for that week.
So will those students still have a chance to go to LCTI?
I
or
will.
no?
I will clarify. We would not
Okay.
be able to provide that transportation, but if LCTI is open, yes.
Okay.
On the days that they are
They would have
open.
to just provide their own transportation.
Correct. I mean, we could look into transportation as well.
Okay.
But if they did not attend their hours, they would still be able to gain the amount of shop hours required for certification or completion of their program. That will not be impacted.
Do they get like a free pass because our school district?
You
is
have
not
to
open that
accumulate
day?
so many hours in a shop, and if they are not, or doing your task list, and if they are not there for 2 days or 2.5 days, it won't impact that completion of that program because LCTI is actually not going to be operating on one of those days anyway.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I guess my only suggestion to administration would be to somehow try to provide transportation to those students if LCTI is open on one of those days in which we're not, to potentially look into providing that transportation just so
Absolutely.
those students retain those opportunities.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Trinkle, keying in on Dr. Wayak's transportation. Do you have an idea, roughly speaking, I'm sure you don't have the exact numbers, but roughly the ratio of the students going to LCTI that are driving themselves versus bus?
I don't have that
Okay.
information.
I just didn't know if
Mhm.
there were some kind of numbers or, somehow if it's a lot or a little. I think many of them are driving.
It'd be a wild
right?
guess right now. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can
Yeah.
certainly follow back up with you, but I do not have that.
I just was wondering about the impact of not having public transportation and how much it really impacts if a lot of them are driving themselves. That was my question. Okay, thanks.
Sure.
One of the other things I just wanted to call out, just so we don't go through the run amok that we did last time with the graduation. Do we have a plan for graduation? So this isn't a last minute Mary syndrome.
Graduation cannot be scheduled at this time. Lehigh is not taking any invitations, so to speak, until June. So we are well aware. We've already reached out to Lehigh. That is on the top of Mr. Miller's list to schedule. Yes.
All I
when
wanted to
available.
hear, so we didn't have to go through that mess again.
When the time is right to call in June, Mr. Miller will dial that phone.
Which is not to guarantee they will grant our request, because there may be others calling on that same day. And
Yeah, I mean, we will, we will be mindful.
That was the problem that we encountered this last time.
Yeah, we will be mindful of, our experience and looking at the most reflective date that supports our calendar. Yeah.
On the radar. Perfect.
That was the school calendars also brought up at the ed committee, and there were 3 parents, I believe, that seemed to like the idea of having not having a half day for younger kids. And we did reach out to different stakeholders before the meeting and at the meeting, and it was unanimous that we recommend the calendar change.
Yes, and I'd like to thank the SCLA for their feedback and participation in this process as well. They're instrumental. I think they're back there, or they were at one point. I can't see over the podium.
Yep, they're still there.
But thank you, Amy and Matt, for taking the time to sit with us and walk through these options. I very much appreciate that.
And Chris, I'm glad LCTI was brought up, not in the detail as far as transportation, but I know LCTI was a concern that was brought up.
All right,
They're
so
very attentive to coordinating. It's in their DNA because of 9 school districts.
right.
I
So
think they're
this,
actually the creator of the calendar that we fill out is LCTI for that exact reason, to get us all on the same page as much as we possibly can.
right. This was a discussion item, so we're not looking for a vote on this at this time. But if there are any more questions at this time at all,
No, I just want to add, because we discussed it in ed committee, because it might look to the average eye that we decreased our parent-teacher conferences, but we do offer virtual conferences then for our parents and teachers. And I can't remember, I know you spoke to it, and I wanted to just mention those are still available, and probably, I think we have a higher percentage of virtuals.
It depends.
Did I make that up in my head?
I don't know what the percentage is, but we do offer virtual conferences if parents or families are going away and traveling to meet with family for the holiday. We certainly do accommodate that pretty easily. if need be. And we actually do have families who take advantage of that. Mhm.
I was going to say I appreciate the Friday end date because I know the Monday end date this year was not necessarily the most popular across some of the population. So it's nice that it's going to be half day on a Friday, God willing, with snow days.
Yes, yes. All right. Thanks for the discussion. We'll have that as a voting item next time. Moving on.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Trinko, for the update on both big ideas and the school calendar, as well as the Ally 5 intro and information. Looking forward to that other presentation coming up. All right. Item number 6, special education student services. This is a voting item. Could I have a motion to approve the Bucks County IU special education services agreement for the 24-25 school year? For 24-25 school year?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Carney.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Ryak. And is this any questions or comments or commentary on what this covers? I can't recall if this is a typical annual agreement or not.
No, and I actually want to begin by thanking Mrs. Buckman. She has gone far and wide to find services for our students, particularly those students who have exceptional needs. And this is a reflection of her work, find great opportunities for a small number of our students who absolutely need this type of placement. So, and it's an emergent thing. So this is a very good work by our special education department, and not a typical thing because these are services that we were able to find that are most appropriate for some of our higher needs students.
And as we know, different IUs specialize in different services, and so it would make sense to contract with the Bucks County IU. All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to technology. I believe we have these voting items, but do we also have a Yes, we do have a presentation regarding these items. So I guess at this point, I'll turn it over and introduce to our technology director, Mr. Eric Fluck. New to us this school year, first student day. And so he's before us in presentation mode for the first time. We'll hand it over to you and let you connect whatever presentation you have there.
Certainly.
Thanks.
Get connected here.
Yeah, and then these are voting items at the conclusion of the presentation. These 3 voting items we'll consider.
So I'm going to talk today about the middle school devices and the high school devices. The middle school devices, currently at the middle school, we're using 4+ year old M1 MacBooks that are out of warranty. The recommendation from the tech committee is to purchase new iPad devices for the 7th and 8th grade students, as well as equip each teacher with an iPad, which will include IAs as well. The choice that has come about is an iPad bundle selected for the middle school. That includes a 10th generation iPad. That includes full warranty with AppleCare. And that includes a ruggedized case with a keyboard and a trackpad. So that attaches directly to the iPad so that the functionality is ultimately like a laptop. Here I have a breakdown of the costs for each of these devices. The device obviously is a 10th gen iPad. The quantity is 550 units. Each unit cost consists of $324. The add-on cost is $109.95 per case, $36 Jamf license, which is our Jamf is our monitoring and gives policies for each of the devices. The warranty is $79, which is the AppleCare. Brings a total cost per unit of $548.95. The total cost of $301,922.50. That's a total cost for the 4-year agreement. The annual average cost is obviously the 301 divided by 4, which gives us $75,480.63 per year. I have a asterisk there, which is an Apple guaranteed buyback of a cost per device after 4 years is $50. That is the bottom floor number. We are guaranteed that number, a buyback after the 4 years. That's a total of $27,500 for the buyback. Off to the high school.
Mr. Luck, should we save questions to the end or
It's
I mean, if your preference, if you have a middle school question,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess I just wanted to focus on the middle school because this is I'd imagine this is a pretty big change for the students going from a laptop to an iPad. And what you had mentioned was essentially we're trying to retain the same functionality of a laptop with the keyboard.
Yeah, and a trackpad.
And a track. But yeah, I mean, I really don't see that utilized very frequently. I know when iPads first came out at the hospital I work at, we were given an iPad and we were given similar, and it just doesn't really have the same functionality from my personal experience. I know 7th and 8th grade students. I have a 7th grader myself. She is writing essays. They take PSSAs on a laptop. I don't believe they take it on an iPad. And so I just don't know if that is the same, if it necessarily would have the same functionality.
The
And I
functionality
guess I would want to know and I don't think this is necessarily a question for you, but maybe for the technology committee who ultimately made the decision to bring this before us to make this significant change for our students. Certainly it's cheaper than going for, it's for Apple laptops.
It is.
But it looks like, I think you're going to tell us we're going to buy all new laptops for the high school. So we have a ton of laptops, a ton of Apple laptops that are likely still very functional. This laptop I have is not an Apple, but it's 10 years old, I think, and still functions just well. And I have Apples at home, and they last more than 4 years. So I guess can you comment on the functionality? And this is more from a programmatic standpoint, and then also from preparing our 7th and 8th graders to take tests that are given in a different format than what they'll be utilizing every day.
Yeah, I had multiple demo units that I gave to the students with help of the middle school principal, and we were able to hand out devices. The feedback, we got some feedback back, and they used those devices for, I think it was a week that they used them for. I also gave those devices out to 2 of the administrative staff to also see the functionality. Attaching the keyboard and with the trackpad to it really does give the ability to type, and it also gives the ability you could still use the touch of the iPad, which gives it multifunction. The younger group I could see using more in our elementary they use the touch more, where the 7th and 8th grade students might use the touch to get to a specific place, but they're not going to type using it. So they'll have the ability with the trackpad, with the functionality of the trackpad, and they'll also have the ability to be able to type a full essay if they so choose to do that. The testing that they're running those tests on the DRC that I've worked with Dr. Salametto regarding that, and they're actually running those tests as we speak throughout the year.
And actually, from a text to session standpoint, 3rd grade will be taking the PSSA. I forget what calendar year, next year or the following, I forget. But the 3rd grade, from a testing perspective, you mentioned PSSAs on iPads, Dr. Wayak, and the functionality of that is such that the 3rd graders will be taking their tests, their PSSAs with the iPads with a similar keyboard function. So the functionality of that has already been looked into, right?
Correct. They'll have a keyboard, but they won't have a trackpad.
Right. And I just want to say
That's for 3rd grade, but that's not what I'm talking, I guess.
No.
Well,
But
that's
you
for
just
3rd
mentioned the
grade.
functionality of PSSA testing, and
Yeah.
I just want to say that's already been fully vetted. That's all. And I want to say it was, we had this kind of this as a discussion point last spring with the possibility of replacing these devices because they are so old, but we delayed that because we didn't feel like we had enough feedback from stakeholders. And I just want to say thank you to Mr. Fluck. Like, he on his own went out and got those demos and coordinated. Thank you to Deanna Webb, the middle school principal, for coordinating with getting those devices into the hands of students, which we had not ever done before, and getting their direct feedback about how, yeah, this works. The keypad's a little bit of touch different, but this really works, and I like this, and I don't like. That was just invaluable feedback from the staff, administrators, and I know there were jokes in technology committee as certain administrators brought them in and said they were going to steal them for their daily laptop usage because they liked them so much. And it also opened up the opportunity of a potential stylist from that curricular standpoint.
Correct.
So I just want to say thanks for exploring all those options and really putting the device in the hands of kids to address the kind of concerns Dr. Wayak had.
And there were certain things that they ran into, that the mouse, they seemed slow, but it was one of those things. Go into the settings and you can adjust the mouse setting. So it was flying across the screen. As a matter of fact, it was too fast for me. I had to shut it down. so there is, and also having the Apple Care, we have the ability to open up any sort of ticket and have Apple working on our side to make sure that the functionality is 100% for our students.
And that's one of the things I want to highlight with the Apple Care. It actually allows us the opportunity, correct me if I'm wrong, but with our overtaxed IT department, it opens up the door for them to work on other initiatives and other things that we need to focus on, not sitting there tinkering around fixing laptops that are broken, correct?
It does. The iPads are given back to us. They send us a new one. So if there was an Apple Care issue, each student would get 2 breaks per year. And the way that works is we would have a portal and we would be able to call. We would tell them that there's a screen break or whatever the issue is, and they will send us a new iPad for that student within 24 to 48 hours.
Eric, quick question. In regards to, you said about 2 breaks per student, I take it that that's probably, well, I'm assuming that Apple tracks that based on whatever the individualized serial numbered computer is. It's not based on an enterprise level of, you have 1,000 units, so you get 3,000 total breaks, regardless of if
No,
it's the same
by
student.
serial number.
I have a question on just general life. I know you've marked this for 4 years, so I assume that means that a 7th grader gets it, he uses it in 8th grade, then it gets recycled back to 7th grade. I know we've got some historical data on iPad usage because we've used them in our elementary schools. Is there a possibility that they may last longer than 4 years? Or is it really at 4 years, we're at a point where we're going to have to do a replacement?
I think there's a possibility that they will last longer than 4 years, certainly. Again, that ties back to Apple Care and making sure that we're protected for Apple Care so we don't get into the break fix or sending out for them to be repaired.
Is there options with the Apple Care to do any kind of extension after you get to that 4 years?
I'm not 100% sure. Let me check on that. I know we pushed it out to the 4 years was what we talked about. So I can certainly check on that.
I'm just curious, just because of the historical of us letting the Apple Care lapse the last time with the
I
units
can
for the
check on that.
high school, to see if that's an option. So that way you're not buying new units, you're just extending that warranty.
For sure. I'll check on that.
Yeah, and I could say, oftentimes you can get another year. The problem is Apple is very specific about their repairs, whereas some more open source issues will easily be repaired. But because Apple is pretty harsh in the amount of repair bills they have, the cost they have per machine, there's a disincentive. Now, extending $1 million purchase through 5 years as opposed to 4 is a very real value, but you kind of have to look at your breakage rates. And in the end, getting that 5th year, even though the repair costs go up, actually does drive value back to the district. But it's a matter of measuring your breakage rates, and we would want to see that with the iPads as we were going forward. So it would be a very definite calculation we will look at as we get to the end of the Apple Care.
And also the other thing Tech Committee discussed was that this does have a guaranteed buyback. It does have value at the end of that life. So when we get there, we'll have to look at, to the end of that 4th year, we'll have to look at that decision making. And like Mr. Fleck said, there's a guaranteed $50 buyback from Apple, but third-party vendors often have a higher buyback. So looking at the value add of replacing and buying back, it's just a future decision with more data. So we can count on 4 years, and beyond that, we're not sure.
For sure.
Just
Yeah.
from a curriculum standpoint, do we have to purchase any new curriculum that will, is there an issue, or is it all compatible with with like apps and such? Is that all? Is everything compatible?
For the middle school, yes,
Cool.
that's accurate. But there,
Great.
there should not be, at least that I've been made aware of. I don't think you've heard of any. That was more of a driver at our high school than at the middle school from a curricular standpoint.
Great, thank you.
And-
And just one other quick question: Did we
Real
I
quick,
know we
and
talked about-
again, and again, we did have students use them, day to day. So
Great.
just so
yeah,
you
no,
know.
that's great. And
I didn't mean to
I
cut
very,
you off. I'm sorry.
No, I very much appreciate it. And I guess we've talked a lot about Apple. Did we look at other potential hardware?
We did. Yeah. They were also using a Lenovo Chromebook as well. That was also, it was one day with a Apple iPad. It was one day with a Chromebook, one day with an Apple iPad, one day with a Chromebook.
What was the feedback from the Chromebook?
It was, the feedback was mixed. You had a lot of, I'll be very honest, the resolution was one thing that they talked about, was the screen wasn't as clear, obviously, than an iPad. They felt the keyboard was a little clunky typing it. There was a bunch of different feedback, and some of it wasn't even, it was just the nature of the beast too. So some of it was legit, and some of it was just, the nature of the device.
And do you recall just an estimate of the cost of that Chromebook versus the iPad with the warranty and all that?
We had it in the tech meeting. And I can get you that for sure.
There was a cost comparison, but it was
there was.
incredibly comparable. I remember we were all shocked that it was a very similar price. Although I don't have it, if somebody has that spreadsheet in their portfolio
I
right
don't
now.
have it with me.
I do remember it was incredibly similar price, but can you talk about the difference between, when we were talking about that, Mr. Fluck, can you talk about the difference between what Chromebook offered for this price point versus what Apple offered for this price point, including the curricular element?
Yeah. So the Chromebook, what the whole side of the Chromebook is, when you log into the Chromebook, you just get a browser based, right? Where the iPad's more app centric. The iPad does have the browser. It has a desktop browser. It functions just like a computer. There are nuances and differences with tabbing instead of windows, stuff like that. So the Chromebook, some of the issues with the Chromebook was they're charging a fee for the Chromebook. Google's starting to charge a fee for the Chromebook. There's also another fee coming out that Google is going to be pushing out for Chromebooks. And again, I don't have it. I could find it, but I don't have the comparison on the price just at my fingertips. Sorry.
In,
Yeah, I think
in
I'd
addition to the
recommend in the-
24-hour turnaround and Apple Care and all
I'd
that.
recommend in the future, though, that we see the comparisons on the,
Okay.
in the
Yeah.
presentation. I think.
Tech committee looked
Tech
at those thoroughly. They were presented to tech
Yeah.
committee, and we unanimously
But
said
it would
this is
be, it would be of value to see this.
Okay.
One of the other things too that we talked about in tech committee that I think is going unnoticed here as well is the fact that last year, yes, we talked about doing the Chromebooks, and there was a lot of the decisions and stuff and stuff being made around that. And ultimately, it was determined that we just don't have a good plan. We just don't have a good vision. This was an opportunity to take that time, present a plan, present a vision, have an idea of what we want to strive towards and work towards. And one of the things that we identified, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in the education parameters down at the middle school, there was a lot of things that were spelled out and called out in the classrooms that would still need to have the advent of the Apple products, which we were talking about before, having what were they called again? The mobile classrooms, or whatever the hell.
mobile carts, mobile labs.
The mobile labs and mobile carts, which was going to be an additional fee in terms of being able to fit those and staff those as well. So that was the other stuff that was talked about heavily in the tech committee meeting as well, and weighing into cost.
At that meeting, the one thing in particular was GarageBand. I think that was the only one that was, let's say, not compatible. And, the mobile carts also was a small ratio of the total number of units within the middle school, in comparison. But, and then also to the point of cybersecurity, I think the Chromebook, it's completely cloud-based. You don't really you need to really almost set up anything except for an email, and you've got built-in cybersecurity from Google. So it's a little bit different and probably a little less complex is just one advantage. But all these things were discussed in the various technology meetings.
Yeah, Apple definitely had those advantages. We also talked about not accreditation, affiliation with Federation. Thank you. Very,
Yeah.
very technologically.
And we'll
term
get
on
to
that.
that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. All right. So we didn't want to kind of hijack your whole. Do you moving on to that next high school slide? Are we okay with the middle school questions for now?
High school.
Okay.
Okay. So the high school is currently using 4+ old M1 MacBooks as well. They're out of warranty. It's the same device that they're using 7 and 8. Okay. The recommendation from the tech committee is to purchase MacBook Air laptops for the 9th to 12th grade students. Same devices used by the staff. The choice is the Apple M3 MacBook Air, 16 gigabytes memory, 256 gig hard drive disk space, and a 13.
And sorry, just to clarify, when you say out of warranty, are you talking about the Apple Care when we talked? I don't remember talking warranty in tech meeting. Do you mean Apple Care? Apple Care is what that means. So when we like Ms. Cruz was saying, letting the Apple Care. Okay, so whenever you're talking about, that's just not a term we use. I didn't know why. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Fluck, I don't see on your slide, because we discussed in tech committee that these MacBooks for grades 9 through 12 would have a case. And I don't see that on the slide or on the next slide that we did. We discussed a case for MacBooks for those grade levels, and I don't see that. So, and I'm looking to Mr. Boyer and Ms. Gaiman. I'm not missing that. We did discuss that there would be a case for MacBooks.
No, yes, you're accurate. And actually, I'm just pulling this up too. I also don't remember the M3. I remember actually, I think the quote was for the M2 with a 4-year with the case. If I recall correctly from the quote that we talked about in tech committee, it was those 3 line items. I mean, I'm like 99.9% positive. So
How much are the cases?
Yeah, why? I guess
But
the first question is, go
but
ahead.
what
Well,
I'm getting at is something's changed here in regards to, we left the committee meeting. Everybody was fully aligned with what we wanted to have, but now something's changed. And this is the first I'm seeing about it. So I'm kind of looking like, what's the difference? Why am I not being made aware? Why am I finding out last minute? Once again, the theme, everything's last minute around here and changing.
do we have a reason for why?
Yeah, because we left that meeting and we all were on the same page. M3 was not on that, and also the cases were on that. So what's changed? It was 2
Yeah.
weeks ago, and I got nothing
Dr.
until
Mann,
now.
if you could elaborate.
Well, I will tell you, I asked, and again, I would probably prefer to answer this question in executive session as it reflects on individual performance and discussion among administrators.
Are you implying that Mr. Fluck didn't do his job?
I'm not.
Okay, so just why isn't a case on the quote for this evening? Was that Mr. Fluck's decision?
Why do we do work in the committee meetings and spend all that time to go through things and hash things out to come to these board meetings with a plan in place and a vision? Why is that plan and vision not on here? That's what I want to know, because this is a theme across multiple different committees, and it's actually starting to tick me off because I spend a lot of time and we do a lot of great work in those committee meetings, but stuff is changing behind the scenes and it's not being brought to the board in the nature and the state that it was when we were done in the committee meetings. So what behind the scenes is changing and why are we not being made aware? And that is not an exec item.
No, it actually it is. And if I would very much like to discuss that in an executive session, and that is really where I would be very happy to discuss it.
So this is in no way, I won't speak for Mr. Boyer, but Mr. Boyer, this is in no way a reflection on your collaboration or cooperation with Mr. Fluck or anything he has prepared for this evening. What I'm hearing is, I think what's happened is work was done in a committee and then it was changed on this presentation. And Dr. Mann, you want to discuss that in exec,
It's not just tech, it's other areas
Yeah.
too.
So we don't have cases. There are a couple of things that we haven't seen so far that we were discussed in tech committee. And I think, I don't think it is an exec item. So your decision was to change, Dr. Mann, your decision was to change this
No,
and eliminate?
no, it was not my decision to change.
Okay, whose decision was it to
And,
eliminate?
and
the
with
cases?
respect to staffing and personnel, I would have a full explanation to the board in executive session.
I would suggest that maybe we have a brief session after this to talk about that. Seems to make sense.
We're going to vote on this item as well, but it's not going to include cases, just
Yeah,
so.
I think you could add that. I think what I would recommend is,
But we can add it. We're going to continue. But I think that point, first of all, hold on.
We could also just
Mr.
table this. Till
No,
we could
Mr.
also
Boyer,
table it.
Mr.
No,
Boyer.
we're not
No,
tabling
we're
again
not.
because we did that every time for every other thing we do around here, and everything turns in the last minute.
Tabled anything really.
No, exactly.
recently.
We haven't tabled it. We just never
Last thing you
actually
tried
brought it to
table
actually
was
vote. We
girls
just
wrestling. That's what
let
you
it
tried to
sit.
table. It's the last
So-
thing you tried to table.
Dr. Mann was asked the question of whose decision it was to, and we're giving Mr. Boyer. We understand there's a chain of command here, and we understand we're not asking you. We're asking Dr. Mann for a reason. So we have enjoyed working with you. It's not a reflection on your presentation whatsoever. Dr. Mann would like to address this in exec. I'm not sure how it applies. Can't wait to hear. But Mr. Boyer and Ms. Torba started. I didn't mean to. Did you have other questions about other items? Ms. Torba, you seemed to say that there were cases, but you.
The tech committee, we fleshed it out through research and surveys, as Mr. Fluck discussed with our staff and our students, the devices coming forward. MacBooks is what was discussed by staff and students for our high school. I left tech committee. We discussed those MacBooks with cases so that they can, salvage their lifespan. Because right now we have them using 5 years, no warranty, no Apple Care, that there were cases. In discussion, another item is staffing. We discussed, we brought forth, tech committee brought forth for February 10th, items of the iPads for middle school and teachers, MacBooks for 9th and through 12th grade, and staffing. Mr. Fleck, clearly that was put on all committees to start discussing staffing. That's another item that we don't see. But the cases, if we have to vote tonight, and why I'm saying that is it was discussed, we have a timeline for this to be approved, for those devices to come forward, for the configurations in partnership with Apple to be ready to hit timelines for end of school year. Devices are going out to students. That's a plan. To teachers, how we're going to meet with our middle school teachers. So it is time sensitive for tonight to have this voted on. So the cases, I don't know, look to you, Madam President, if we have to put those on a separate agenda for
Well, they
motion
aren't.
to
They
approve.
aren't on the current agenda or as a current item, so we cannot vote on cases tonight. We will have to postpone those, but at least we can move forward with a timeline without
The
a
devices,
case.
that's
Yeah.
time
I
sensitive
think
for
with-
an effective rollout.
yeah, with respect, I don't think that the cases voting the next time will be a supply chain issue. I wouldn't believe. So I think we're okay with.
Yeah, I would.
that.
I don't think that was the point that was trying to be made, but you'd also mentioned
No, I
staffing.
know it's not,
Okay,
but-
thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
That's why I
Torba.
suggested the executive session right after this, but.
Did you have you said staffing and the need to move?
It was very clear, tech committee was tasked with a rollout plan for our devices, 4-year plan, and to discuss staffing. Tech committee did. Mr. Fluck clearly identified the needs of his department. And I'd like to just address, we were given an update that there was an overlap between technology and curriculum with staffing needs. I'm also on the education committee. We did not discuss staffing into that detail. So we brought forth, but I don't see it anywhere on the agenda where we will be talking about staffing.
And that was the
Which
other thing.
aligns with budget and where we are right now. 'Tis the season.
And that was the other thing, because I do remember I was a little bit late coming from that because I was coming from work. But I think the first thing that I said when I sat down in that was that when we talked about staffing, is there a need for any positions? Mr. Fluck did provide a need for 2 positions. We talked about it. There was no concerns. There were no qualms. There were no issues. Everybody was on board. And the thing that I said after the comment that you had made was that we were going to wait and we're going to hold off. Once again, in the theme of waiting till last minute again around here, why do we have to wait to address if we have a need and we have something to address in the IT department? Because we all know around here that the IT department is struggling with multiple things. Dare I not even bother going into talking about the IC debacle? And that is what can't wait around here. Why do we have to wait for everything? If there's a need, let's address it. Let's have it. What's the problem with getting that on this agenda and vote for it and getting it posted and getting a person in here so that way then the IT department can actually function and get some stuff done? And then we have actual Infinite Campus working finally after a year later at this point.
Mr. Boyer, can you clarify what we talked about in our facility meeting with regard to resource? And it was technology and education that I thought we were pushing that off because there was more work to do. Was that before?
In the facilities department, I
Right.
specifically asked because from the last board meeting, Mike presented on here that we were going to talk about staffing and that the committee structures were going to work on working through the staffing and suggesting that up here at the board meeting. We all heard that. So the first committee meetings at the beginning of the month, every single committee with regards to just not policy because there's no staffing requirements there, but every other committee that I was a part of, we addressed and we talked about staffing. I specifically asked in facilities, do we have any staffing concerns other than the facilities director that we know that we're working on hiring? There was nothing. In tech, we talked about it. We had a plan. Everybody was on the same page. Nobody said a thing. A week later, something changed last minute, brought up at the facilities meeting, and it kind of ticks me off a little bit that we're changing this plan without any, once again, why did we not have that conversation originally at the tech meeting? Why did somebody not step up and say, hey, you know what, we're going to talk about that? Instead, we sat there twiddling our thumbs, and my expectation was that we were all on the same page and we were moving forward. So I'm a little ticked off about this.
And again, I'm hesitant to engage in this back and forth because I very much don't want to be confrontational about this, right? But I will say at the end if the board looks at my last update to them, I spoke about, and you may be able to call it up now. I spoke about how we were going to create a spreadsheet, and because there were concerns, not concerns, but there were. Okay, all right. So should I move this one out? Can I move this one out? Okay, all right. I'll move this one. But there were concerns about overlap with respect to responsibilities, because just as and Infinite Campus was a primary example where Mr. Fluck, not having been prepared but called on the spot, frankly, to deliver his recommendations for staffing, did a very good job with no advance notice in trying to respond to a committee. And the committee meeting that day was time limited in that we had a meeting immediately to follow. And we truly did not have the opportunity to discuss or provide feedback, because just as Mr. Fluck was finishing his recommendations, our time together was ending. And perhaps board members may recall, but people turned to me and said, well, what do you think, Dr. Mahan, about this? And I said, I've not seen a process like this before. And then we went to the door, right? And then following that, I tried to do some updates to say, not that, and what I did not say, Mr. Boyer, is I'm good with this. This is the appropriate way to do it, because that would not really be how, I would suggest we just start creating positions, particularly when there's overlap among them. And I think if you look at my subsequent communications at meetings and my written communications and email, that was reflected. And I think the board, as far as expectation is concerned, should expect, from what has been read, a detailed spreadsheet from me that talks about prioritization and needs that reflects conversation that doesn't silo a particular position that overlaps two departments. So, and what I would also say, right, is that to the extent that there was concern about that, I haven't heard from anyone yet at all, except here. And so I really do think with respect to the positions, and again, people could be upset or concerned about the approach, but I believe I've been upfront and transparent, and people could look at what I've written and say that this was the approach that we're going to take. And I've not heard back with people saying that was not the approach we should take. So and again, we could talk about other things as well. And I very much would appreciate the opportunity. And again, I don't relish this back and forth at a public meeting, but since, these are the questions that are asking, I'm going to do my best to respond in as most respectful way as I can.
Ms. Gaiman, is your finger cramped?
Right? No, I appreciate the mics.
I
was
would
gonna
like to make one comment then when you're done.
I would like to say, so Mike, when you were talking that there were concerns about overlap of responsibilities, I'm just going to cut to the chase. I think you had concerns about overlap of responsibilities, and we did have ample time from my perspective in that tech meeting because it started at 4 and it went to 6. And a significant portion of that time, I believe Dr. Trinkle was there for portions of it. And throughout that discussion, at no point in time, and you yourself were very capable of speaking up in a meeting and saying, now hold on, Mr. Fluck, we didn't talk about that, or there are other issues we'd like to address. So I think when you say there were concerns about overlap, you had concerns about overlap. Dr. Trinkle did not have concerns about overlap. Mr. Fluck did not have concerns about overlap. Mr. Boyer, myself, Ms. Torba, no one involved in this conversation had concerns about overlap, and you did not raise your concerns. When you say, we didn't have time to discuss this, I think you mean you didn't have time to discuss that. And if part of the committee process is that the committee, you make no, Mary Joy. I am not. So the reason, absolutely not. Do not help her interrupt me. You will not help her interrupt me in a meeting. The process, it doesn't. I'm going to keep talking. When you say we didn't have time to discuss this, I understand that in a committee meeting, and I understand part of the reason why we have these committees is so we can hear feedback from staff and different stakeholders. And you absolutely, it is important for you to state your educational, Dr. Mann, your educational vision for this district. However, sometimes that is going to differ from those opinions of your staff and your cabinet and your administration and your teachers and board members on the committee. And it's important that you speak up in those committee meetings and state when it differs. But what we have seen this past week is you did not like the conclusions that your cabinet, your administration, your staff, your students, and your committee members reached. And instead of speaking up and saying, you know what, I have been a board member and I've been at board meetings where superintendents have said, I disagree with this and here is why, and here's what I think the ramifications of that are. But you didn't. Instead, after the meeting ended, the things that we are seeing in a superintendent update, as Ms. Torba said, are different from what the committee discussed. What you phrased and what you categorized and how you characterized the staffing discussions that occurred in tech was inaccurate and not what was discussed. And you had the opportunity to speak up as you do now.
And I will.
And good, but that is different than having the tech committee meeting end and instructing administrators what they will or will not present to the board, differing from what was agreed. We agreed in different committee meetings throughout this week that presentations would be made tonight. And then afterwards, you told people they would not be making those presentations, or that the board decided not, or that we wouldn't have time, or somebody wasn't prepared. After we left those committee meetings, you removed cases from a bid. After we left those committee meetings, you said you will not discuss staffing that was brought because you disagreed. That is not the way in which this board expects to do business. And I think that's what Mr. Boyer is saying, although he's free to speak up and correct me if I'm wrong. And I believe that's what Ms. Torb is experiencing, because I'm seeing it as I attend all committee meetings. And I think that is the frustration, and that is what we want to put an end to. And it is no reflection on Mr. Fluck or Mr. Pepe or Dr. Trinkle or Ms. Buckman or Dr. Solometto or any single member of your cabinet or administration or staff. It is not, is a reflection on you and your leadership.
Well, Mrs. Gaiman,
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. I think this is an incredibly inappropriate public meeting. I think you are completely out of order, Madam President. And as a result, I believe this belongs in private session, executive session, not in a public meeting. Chastising the superintendent publicly is totally inappropriate because you don't have all the information and facts, and we're not going to air it here. So I'm going to depart from this meeting because I think you are out of order.
So noted. Please note that Ms. Reinhardt's left the meeting at whatever the time is, Madam Secretary.
I
And just
also
one moment.
absolutely think you are absolutely out of order.
One other
You are
thing.
again trying to micromanage this district, and this is not the governance of a school board. This is not, you are trying to micromanage
No.
you, Eric, and Ms. Torba are trying to micromanage this district with regard to technology and with regard to, something that the superintendent should be managing.
That's
You're-
actually
you're
incorrect.
absolutely out of order.
No,
You're-
that is incorrect. That is incorrect. I will let Mr. Boyer speak. Mr. Carney
I
wants
just
to
want
speak.
the record to reflect that I agree with Ms. Reinhardt that I think our school board president at this time is completely out of order.
I just want to.
Go ahead, but I do want to say that Dr. Mahan and I have had conversations throughout the week on these topics, and it is not something that I bring up in a public session lightly. It is because it is the last resort. Mr. Boyer.
And I just want to be clear in terms of saying that we micromanage. I don't think that's actually the case. I think that's a misaccusation because we all sat here. Excuse me. We all sat here and we listened to Mike present on the staffing. There was a list. There was a structure. To your credit, yes, you did talk about the tiering structure that I talked about previously in terms of having a plan, in terms of these are needs requirements. These are the kind of like to haves. If the budgeting and stuff sits there, and these are the kind of low level tier 3, hey, if we really have a lot of availability and funds, this would be great too. It was also said in that meeting that in the committee structures would talk about the staffing and they would provide that information to the full board, to which, leaving that meeting, everybody heard this, the committee meetings began and we talked about staffing. So to say that we were ill prepared is wrong. To say that we didn't think we were going to talk about it or didn't have a plan to talk about it is also wrong because we heard it here that it was going to be presented and talked through at the committee structure and brought up to the full board. That's what I'm saying. And we talked about it, but there's nothing on here. So what are we waiting for on something that we have a need for and a concern? That was what I said too in the public committee meeting.
So, Mr. Boyd, did you read your emails? Did you check your emails? Because he clearly stated to the entire board, a first draft of the staffing plan will be available for discussion at the February 24th meeting.
He said
it is February 10th. It's not February 24th. So Dr. Mann clearly communicated to the entire board.
But he said a detailed spreadsheet from me. He said it when he was speaking just now. Dr. Mann, you just said the board needs a detailed spreadsheet from me. That is what you said this evening. And that is not what we agreed upon. It is not the collaborative work of committees with administrators and staff and board weighing in. It is not you creating a spreadsheet to give to us of your opinions. It is hearing the feedback.
And just and just to the point that you're saying, Dr. Wayock, in regards to reading emails, one, yes. But on the flip side, understanding that how the structure of these board meetings are supposed to flow, the work is supposed to be done at the committee structure. They're supposed to be brought to the board at a workshop session, which is the one you're currently sitting in right now. And the suggestions and what's going to be voted on at the later end of the month is talked about here and discussed. So that way, then when it comes up as a voting item at the end of this month, there's not a long drawn out conversation. That long drawn out conversation happens here and it happens in the committee meeting. So the whole plan and what we talked about at the last board meeting was we were going to talk about the staffing, the committee structures, which was had. It was going to be brought forth here in this meeting and presented on, and people could talk and ask questions. And if there were no concerns or objections, that would be the plan for the voting item at the end of this month. And then that way, then those could be posted and we can hire folks and not wait until June.
What is currently preventing you from talking about this now?
Right. And
I mean,
The fact that we're not talking about it on there.
So we can absolutely talk about it, and within the committee, you can absolutely present it during your committee reports. But for you to sit there and publicly chastise our superintendent is absolutely horrendous.
And let me, I mean, I do wish.
Mr. Kearney did want to comment.
Please,
This was so I'm taking it way back. All the other stuff sounds like we have some stuff to work on, but I'm just coming back to the vote on the Mac M3.
By all means, Mr. Kearney.
So I'm trying to understand at the ed tech, was the recommendation, was there a vote for an M2 with cases, or the discussion, was there an understanding? Like,
The only thing that was provided to us was there was a quote for an M2, an 4-year of Apple Care, and a case. That was what the quote was.
But regardless, we were discussing the difference between this is accurate to say Mac, but just to clarify, it is accurate to say MacBooks at the high school. There was discussion as to whether it would be an M2 or an M3, and I see we've arrived at an M3. Like the quote was for the M2, but there was still discussion about what the final would be. But I think the key point here is that there were cases included, and now there are not. Is the key that we're seeing? Does that answer your question, Mr. Kearney?
well, I totally agree with what Eric is saying, that the work is done at the committees. We bring it here for discussion, and I'm trying to figure out what the ed tech's recommendation is for an M3. But if M3 wasn't talked about and M2 was with cases, I'm just having a tough time figuring out, coming from the ed tech committee recommendation.
I would say that it is accurate, Mr. Boyer. Is it accurate to say that the M2 versus the M3 was not nearly as much of a discussion point, and that was kind of that was the quote, but it was up in the air to be decided between the two. But it was the quote we saw before us. I believe we saw a few quotes throughout. But
Ms. Gaiman, you're correct.
That's correct, Ms. Torba. So it was a discussion point of M2 or M3 to be decided on this vote. However, the cases,
value in both, but the case
isn't there.
was part of the quote.
So this vote tonight with the M3 is representative of the committee's recommendation.
So
Yes.
Unless other people have other
So
things to
can you
say.
clarify that? No, so the M3 was the original quote, is what you guys
No,
wanted?
M2.
What we are saying, to be perfectly clear, is that we think Mr. Fluck is a new employee. He's been cornered here and is a really tough spot.
Yeah, no, I don't need any of that. So
Yeah, I know, but it's part of what we're talking
what
about.
Did the technology committee wanted to bring forward an
MacBooks.
M2 chip? So an M2 chip is like
No.
already 3 or 4 years old.
No, Ms. Torba, you
To
said
start.
that is accurate. There was a discussion point of whether, just as there was a discussion point on the iPads, what generation it would be and for what reason, and this is the final version. But it was an M2 or an M3. It didn't really. The final decision on that, it could be either. Correct?
Right. It was between M2, M3, either or, but cases were there.
Would it be
Ms. Torba,
possible-
was there a big difference in cost between the M2 and the M3?
What was the criteria for selection of the processor?
Well, that was some of the stuff that we found out after the fact. But Mr. Fluck, if you want to just share in regards, I have no problem with the M3. I'm just making a point that like what we talk about and what we discuss at the committee meetings is changing, or there's messaging happening that's not coming to this. Like the flow of how things are supposed to work is not happening.
And we don't think that's your fault, Mr. Fluck.
And I would very much like to address so much of this, right? And actually, I actually think, and I'm going to push back because people pushed out of me. I think that's fair.
Sure.
I think we all agree. Okay. So first, earlier in the meeting, I was accused of changing the M2 recommendation to the M3 recommendation, and it appears now that there was neither a recommendation for M2 or M3. Am I accurate in that?
That's what I heard.
I heard Mr. Boyer can speak for himself. My concern was that the cases were eliminated, and I think that was your decision.
So let's go to the. I mean, if we're down to the cases on the iPads or on the MacBooks, so we'll talk about cases then. But so apparently we're not talking about then M2s versus M3s. We're just down to the cases.
Well, there was no, what I'm saying is there was talk about the M3. The quote that was provided and the quote that was provided in my hands was that it had the M2, the 4-year, and the case. What I'm saying is something changed. I know there was conversation. There was not much, but there was conversation. Something changed. I'm finding out about it now. Why are we not having that information prior to this?
Sure.
Out of the
And
courtesy of what we do in the committee structure. That's where I'm frustrated.
I understand. and let me say this, right? And in my own defense, right? I don't think I'm wrong in saying this. And it was no disagreement. I won't disagree with when we originally discussed committees. It was not my recommendation. I thought we should go to committee as a whole. But when the board decided that it wished to go to the committees, I have made my absolute best. I've attended, I think, every committee meeting. I've tried to support the administrators who supervise those committees in every possible way.
But that's not what's at issue.
And so what I will tell you is, first and foremost, I think Mrs. Gaiman, it suggested that I'm not doing my best to support the committees, or that my effort is to undermine the work of the committees. And so what I want to say is just the opposite. This board has decided that it wishes to have the committee structure. And I have tried my very best, and will continue to do so, to support the work of the committees, right? I have not said, well, Mr. Pepe's very capable, I'm not going to attend the facility committee meetings, or Dr. Trinkle is extraordinarily capable, I'm not going to attend. I've tried to be there to support the administrators. Now, with respect to the specific issues in play tonight, I think we're down to the cases, perhaps not, but to Mr. Boyer's point, we should not be changing things along the way. I agree with that, right? I also believe when we left the committee, right, there was some discussion as to whether this would be on the agenda tonight or not. Because usually when it comes to, for instance, a purchase in the millions of dollars, we would have a discussion among board members, and then subsequently we would actually bring it to the vote. And I believe the committee said, well, let's put it on there. And if we're able to vote on it, we will. And if we're not, we'll move it on to the regular session in the month. So I left with that impression that we would have the option to vote tonight, but we would also have the option fully discuss it. And to the extent that there needed to be changes, we would be able to move it to the end of the month. Right or wrong, that was how I left it, right? It was also suggested that this is, my approach in contravention to the people who work with me, all right? And well, I will not, and I would ask the board not to, right? Call out any members of our cabinet. But when it came to the recommendation for the quasi-administrative position that Mr. Fluck decided, again, not having had the opportunity to prepare or being told he was going to make that recommendation, I am far from alone in suggesting that that position and much of the job duties would not be misplaced were it not falling under Mr. Fluck as opposed to curricula. I am not alone. That's not Mike. Now, I happen to fully agree that should Mr. Fluck's position, which identified very real needs, if that were fully put under his supervision, that position would be misplaced. I am not alone in that assessment. And so rather than, and whether we care to we had to walk out the door. That meeting ended, and it ended at the conclusion of Mr. Fluck's remarks. And people turned to me and said, what about this? I said, I did not have the opportunity to weigh in. And what I would have also said was, rather than create a position on the spot, we should have had the opportunity to reflect and come back with recommendations that reflected everyone's in our administration's expertise, certainly not mine. And so I hear that there is, Mike is behind the scenes and doing this and doing that to try to quell. I hope that my efforts add value, right? And if we want to talk about why M2 versus M3, right? That is a conversation I had with Mr. Fluck, very definitely. All right, and I'm very interested in being able to come to the board, which I can do tonight, and talk about that interaction. But to the extent that I have interactions with administrators, I believe that those are best made in executive session with the board, because this forum is ill-suited to that type of thing. And judge me if you will, but I'm going to hold to that because I have respect for our administrators in this case and in all cases. And Mr. Fluck is at the top of that list. So that, I mean, that's there's nothing secret here. There's nothing behind the scenes. I'm not trying to impose, my position. I'm trying to do the right thing by this board, the right thing by the committees, and the right thing by the school district.
Madam President, may I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So it sounds like maybe there's been some confusion, and I don't know all that's happened in the tech committee meeting because I wasn't there. Is the tech committee comfortable with moving forward with these motions tonight? Or does the tech committee need to go back and have a secondary meeting with the administrative team to clarify what we're going to vote on tonight, or what is the expectation? I guess that's my request to the technology committee.
Go ahead. As the
No,
tech committee
no,
chair, go
yeah,
ahead, Mel.
The items for tonight are the iPads at the middle school for staff and students, and for the MacBooks at the high school to move forward.
But
And we
as the
can come back
proposal
to the
states,
cases.
Because that's a lot of money to not
Yes.
know if that's what you want.
No, I agree. I agree with Ms. Torba.
Totally
I'm
agree with you, Lou.
incredibly, yeah, I agree with you, Lou. It's a lot of money. I am incredibly comfortable moving forward with everything on here. I'll let Mr. Boyer speak for himself. I think the concern is that we do think, at least from the tech committee discussions, that cases are necessary. And that will be an item that will need to come before us in the future, that we expected to see those as well. Ms. Torba, you say you're very comfortable with these items, vetoing items. I'm incredibly comfortable with these items and the vetting that Mr. Fluck did. Mr. Boyer?
I do want to see actually the cases be added on as an addendum or whatever you want to call
Yeah, I
it for
agree.
later. Because once again, Mr. Fluck did say that it's base return value to what Apple gets. And in terms of looking at the case, that's protecting your investment as far as I'm concerned, in terms of maximizing your return value when the time comes around to it.
Right. About what we could get from those third parties. We still have a guaranteed 50. So yes, the tech committee is completely comfortable with moving forward with these as presented, but we expect to bring cases to you at a future date.
And I
And
would
you're saying
simply
M3.
ask. I would simply ask.
Correct.
And so that would be my point. I do not believe it was clear that when the committee walked out the door that the intention was to buy M2s. And if it was, I'm very happy to say why we wouldn't. But to the extent that I now am it is being suggested that I somehow strong-arm somebody to go from M2 to M3, which I believe was clearly stated tonight, did not occur. It did not occur.
I don't believe that was the statement.
And obviously the video or whatever and the minutes can speak for themselves, right? And with respect to the cases, what I would say is if someone comes and says, right, these add value, right? These improve resale. This will preserve investment. The only thing I would ever ask is how, and show the data. Those are my questions always. And to the extent that there's not the ability to show that data and to quantify the claim, then I am very hesitant moving forward until such data can be provided. And to the extent that someone can, I think it was like 69, or I mean, they weren't cheap. They were a very significant percentage of the cost of not significant, 5-7% cost escalator. And to the extent that we wish to purchase those, which would be great, I think someone should be able to say, this is how they will pay for themselves, or this is why we're doing it. And I don't think anyone here is able to make that statement right now. And if they can, I'll be willing to hear. Not willing to hear. I mean, obviously, the board makes the decision. But I think that would be a relevant question for any committee or any individual who is making the claim to back up with some sense of data.
So then you are saying that you did ask Mr. Fluck to remove the cases from this?
And again, we're going back to the discussions I had with Mr. Fluck, and I'm not prepared to do it. But I would say that anyone who suggests to me at any time that we wish to buy 1,000 or however many items at a certain cost, I would say why. And to the extent that there's a claim made about their functionality, I would ask for data to support it.
That wasn't my question. I just asked if Mr. Fluck did he have cases on this presentation, and did you ask him
And
to remove
what my words to Mr. Fluck, I'm very happy to share, but not in this public forum.
Mrs. Gaiman, was it at ed tech cases were discussed and you wanted them?
Correct.
And I would say that they were listed, perhaps. I mean, I don't even recall, but they were listed. And as we take, just as M2 perhaps was listed or perhaps not, and as we have further said that while we will be prepared to vote at this meeting, we could very easily vote at the next one. Those are all issues that are relevant.
Sorry.
But for here to say, well, the committee said one thing, I don't agree with it, I'm pulling it off, that is an absolute and gross mischaracterization. Not that you're making it, Mr. Carney, but to the extent that that is being made, it is absolutely and grossly inaccurate.
The only thing I would say is if the ed tech committee discussed this, and I'm not an ed person, so I depend a little bit on the recommendations. I have my own thoughts, the costs included. But if it was a ed tech discussion and they're coming here with a recommendation and it wasn't there, that's where we can have the discussion. We can talk about, did you talk about it? If it's too expensive, we could say no. I don't know how much the cases were until you just mentioned it. But, maybe that's where we talk about it, but it's not there.
I would say if the approach was, again, board members could take whatever approach they want. They could view my work in whatever way they wish, right? But if the question was posed to me tonight or at any time, hey, what about the cases, right? I would say, well, I thank you for asking, right? I have some thoughts, not because I come up in my mind, but because here they are. Or you know what, we just may not have data to answer that question the way we would like to answer them, as far as being fully prepared to respond to the board. And I would suggest, right, that it's not necessary from a timeline point of view for us to vote on iPads or MacBooks, and it'd be good to have them. And I would say for absolutely the least thing that's time sensitive is the cases on top of the laptops.
But to Mr. Kearney's point, cases were discussed in detail in the tech committee. The tech committee recommended the inclusion of cases in this, and we're not seeing them here tonight.
Well,
And during that tech committee meeting would have been a great time, Dr. Mann, to raise all those issues and say, you don't think we're ready to talk about cases. And like Mr. Kearney said, then we could have explored that tonight, but we don't even have that option
And
tonight.
I don't recall
The
the
detailed-
cases.
okay.
No, I said, I don't
well,
recall
I will say,
Hold on.
the
hold on.
cases for laptops being at all a central component of any discussion in that meeting. And to the extent that we are preparing to come tonight to make the best possible recommendation to the board, I think we've approached this properly, which is not to say we're not buying the cases, which is to say that to the extent that we are going to buy the cases, or the board wishes to ask why, we are in an excellent position to provide the board and the committee with the best possible information.
Yes, however, and then to you, Mr. Mond, the discussion did occur in detail in that meeting, and here is why. Mr. Boyer, Mr. Fluck talked about cases and whether or not they would or wouldn't be included. Mr. Boyer then said, wait a minute, we don't have cases on all the items at the high school? Mr. Fluck and Dr. Trinkle then said, well, yes, we do, but no, we don't. And I then specifically said, well, my son has a case on his computer, but I do know that underclassmen and other individuals who get reissued computers. So I specifically said in that meeting at the high school, there is a mix. Some kids have cases, some kids don't. They aren't consistently applied because they haven't consistently been purchased or repurchased with the replacements that we've had to purchase to fund the high school. So to say there wasn't a detailed description or conversation or opportunity when I can just relay all of that to you is a mischaracterization.
No, I would absolutely agree with you, Mrs. Gaiman, that you spoke about exactly what you said.
And the merits of cases and whether or not it should or shouldn't be included, and ultimately the tech committee's recommendation without your objection or delay in any regard was to include them. And Mr. Mond, go ahead.
okay, a couple of things. Number one, in the facilities committee meeting, which was that before or after the technology committee meeting last week?
It was after. Are you referring to the
Facilities was after?
Yeah, the tech committee. You're referring to Dr. Mann bringing up tech items in the facilities committee
Yes,
meeting?
with regard to the resource.
What about what resource?
We talked about the resource and where that organizational structure should be placed. We talked about that earlier.
We talked
just wanna
about
get that
tech
out of the way
staffing.
first.
We talked about,
Yes.
Dr. Mahan brought up, yes, this kind of speaks to Mr. Boyer's point about undermining the committee structure and process. Dr. Mahan brought up tech committee staffing issues in a facilities committee meeting. That is correct.
Yeah, Mr. Boyer brought it up. There was some.
No, incorrect. Dr. Mahan brought it up.
The only thing I brought up was the fact that we were talking about staffing. I go back to the whole
Right.
thing that we've sat in here in January when we looked at that screen up there, and there was a bunch of positions, there was a bunch of recommendations that were to be coming forth, and there was a bunch of positions that were going to be discussed at the committee structure meeting.
Right.
And then that information was going to be brought forth to the board and then subsequently voted on. So that way, then all the other
Right.
proper processing could happen.
But what was discussed, to my recollection, was that there was some homework that had to be done, a spreadsheet created, and then that would have been brought up at the end of the month. And also to that point, in one of our updates from Dr. Mahone was that the draft would be presented on the 24th. So that's where I'm confused on that.
Yes, as was the tech committee when it read that in the board update, because
Right.
in tech committee, we said, and Ms. Torb is nodding, that the tech committee had its staffing recommendations to bring forth in this presentation. And subsequent to that decision and that recommendation, with no communication to the tech committee or its chair, Dr. Mahan issued that board update saying that that detailed spreadsheet would be presented on the 24th. It contradiction to what was agreed upon and discussed in tech committee with no
Okay.
other communication.
Okay, and my point is, when I talked about these two emails, they were sent on Friday 3 days ago to everybody on the school board. So my question is, if these things were put in there and there was a misinterpretation, why in every case, when we have every board member on this that has read it, didn't bring up the point that, hey, the draft should not be done at the end of February, but should be done tonight for us to discuss. So my question is, on that point, why, if that was a misinterpretation and the information was there from Dr. Mahan, why was that not brought up on Friday? That's all I'm asking.
Because my experience, I'll speak for myself, and I will let Mr. Boyd and Ms. Torba speak for themselves. My experience has been that when I have individual conversations with Dr. Mann and other individuals, it leads to this kind of confusion. And on my part, the reason I didn't bring it up in a siloed one-on-one conversation with Dr. Mann is I thought the full board and community needed to hear this. That is
Okay,
why.
But it was in writing, and you're the president of the board, respectfully.
No, but
and
I
you would,
can't. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Why would you not?
Because she's
Talk-
playing games.
talk-
Let's be honest. She's playing
excuse me.
games.
And let
Why-
me,
No, wait, let him
why-
finish.
I'm just wondering why that would not have been brought up on Friday when we're creating these, and there was I think a fairly extensive update that said a draft would be created. That's my
Sure.
question first, right?
Sure, totally valid. Can I answer that? Thanks. I don't want to interrupt you. Absolutely valid. The reason I cannot address that with the full board on a Friday is because for me to discuss staffing in an email and what was or wasn't discussed or should not be recommended would be, we are encouraged as board members to not have that back and forth discussion as a group. The only way to accomplish the full board hearing this and the staff hearing this, I can't do that through an email. I have to, I'll get there in 1 second, Dr. Kruger. I have to do that the only way to bring that up would be to call or email or have a one-on-one conversation with Dr. Mahan. And that was the problem we were having for a long period of time. And so I could not address the full board in an email and bring it up. I'd violate sunshine. I could not address it one-on-one with Dr. Mann, nor could Ms. Torber or Mr. Boyer, because we've done that in the past. And you're
The point was,
seeing
though,
the
that I
issue.
heard the draft in the facilities meeting last week, and then I heard the draft or saw the draft in the writing update from Dr. Mahone. So that's the first thing. The second thing, regarding the budget for this particular presentation.
Sure,
from
and while you
Mr. Fluck.
While you pull that up,
Yep, I
Mr.
have
Mond,
Yep.
Dr. Trinkle, I just want to make a note in the minutes that Ms. Cruz is now remotely tuning in, and I just want to establish, Ms. Cruz, we can hear you and you can hear us. Wait till Dr. Trinkle mics you up. I just want to establish that you're still in attendance, just remotely at this point.
I can hear you, Ms. Gaiman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Mon, sorry to
Okay,
interrupt.
so the second thing was an email also from 3 days ago. Now that was in the PM, the other was in the AM. So this one was showing the adoption of student devices, and it was a bulleted item that showed M3 to replace older models. There's nothing talking about the case. The second bullet is middle school students receive iPads with case that includes keyboard and trackpad. And then the third one, all teachers will receive the iPad to facilitate. And then it also subsequently shows the pricing or the quote that's up on the screen right now of $1.26 million for the 1,035 Air laptops at a total cost and 550 iPads at 302. And that we're financing these with that, or we're not financing these. So that was the synopsis of this, which to me matches, and it was sent out to everybody on the school board on Friday. So that's where I'm a little perplexed as to why that was sent out to the board. And if there was that much of an issue, why wasn't there some discussion prior to this with some of the numbers? That's my other area of confusion.
My answer to that stands, but I'll let others answer.
I mean, I guess to that point, once again, yeah, I echo, it was on Friday. Once again, last minute. Once again, the committee structure meetings and the committee meetings were 2 previous weeks. Why is there not information being shared as to what's being changed? Why is it last minute on a Friday that we're finding out on these changes? And I have made that recommendation numerous times before to have some kind of parking lot of items that are coming up on agenda, not at Friday at 2:00 when it goes public. There's 80,000 things on an agenda to look through that on a volunteer position, I got to spend my time over the weekend diving into to understand what the heck I'm going to be voting on a Monday night.
Well, we're all in the same boat with that. I think every school board member, plus being on the JOC, I have to say, has a much longer agenda. We probably have 30 sections every month. But go ahead.
I appreciate, Mrs. Gaiman, you're saying, look, you wanted this to be a public issue, and you've succeeded in that for sure. And I certainly don't think that's the most productive approach, but it's the approach that you take. But I will tell you, like with respect to the tech committee, Mrs. Torba sent me a very detailed list of questions regarding a particular topic. And I think over the weekend, I did my very best to provide a lengthy response. Now, I didn't hear back at all, but my hope was that it tried to answer that. I'm trying to be responsive to questions. I'm trying to be, I've invited Mrs. Gaiman, to us to meet to review agendas in advance. And there have been times, frankly, where I've not even had the courtesy of a response to my email. And so,
No, that is accurate. And
Right.
sometimes we've had verbal responses, and sometimes, no, you're right.
right.
You're
And,
right.
and so as I try to reach out to the board president and say, at the suggestion of the full board, let's have meetings, right, in advance, so we can avoid this kind of thing, which the board wished to do. And I think it was actually last year at the tech meeting where we were talking about things. I reach out, and it's not I'm busy or I'm not able. It's no response, right? And when I do get requests for information, I try to be responsive. And so again, if this is the approach that's wished to take, that's fine. I'll do my best to respond to concerns as they're expressed. And apparently tonight we're down to the cases, and I'd be very happy to talk about the cases, but I'm not happy to talk about my interactions with a particular administrator regarding cases.
All right. And that is fine. I think at this point, we've probably exhausted the conversation on the topic regardless.
I have
And,
a question.
Yes, Mr. Pepe.
Go back to the budget. So all in all, we're talking about the way the 2 proposals are structured. It's not part of a 4-year lease, correct? It's just actual purchase.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Mr. Pepe,
Because-
I think that we have the opportunity to do it over 4 years. And I know I asked Mr. Fluck to go and kind of touch base with you with respect to budget to see which would be most advantageous for us. And it may be that at this point in the year, we might not be able to make that absolute determination. But that was one of the emails I sent asking you and Mr. Fluck to
Correct.
get together.
Because, and I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that if we do a direct purchase, which I think we might be able to do in this year, that as far as what was actually budgeted, the 376,200 is what was budgeted. What you have here, if you broke it down per year, it's 390,000. So it's within $14,000 of what's in the budget. If we have the opportunity to do a direct purchase, then we're looking at funding about 1.1 million in the total. And based on how we just closed out the current year, you know, even if we weren't able to absorb that, we would still have enough left in the reserve to cover it. So I don't see that there's really the need to, but I just want to make sure that everyone understood once this is approved as is, there is no lease attached to this at this point.
And I would
Right.
ask about
Correct.
cash flow there. Is there any cash flow concerns with just $1 million or whatever when you start looking at that?
That's a good question. I just
Because
did
if you do the annualized or the payments, yeah.
I just did one last week because I invested a little bit more of our money, and this should not impact us.
I've
Either
been-
way.
Can I interject really quick?
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Fluck.
Fluck, I was going to ask you,
When I talk,
Mr. Pepe, thank you for bringing that up. And I think Mr. Fluck can speak to the 4-year cycle of these devices and the rollout plan and where we get into year 3 to have that conversation of what we do when that year 4 approaches us. So we're not in the position that we've been in this year where our students in the high school and middle school are using a device that has no Apple Care, no maintenance, and our teachers last year were in that position. So I think Mr. Fleck can speak to that cycle.
I
And
can-
Mrs. Torb, if I may add to that, please. The board was not in a position of not knowing. A calculation was provided that compared the cost of keeping the MacBooks for an additional year. We did an estimate of the repair cost at $400 per screen. And the outcome was, that was discussed and provided to the board. And it was not something that we just left unexamined. I remember doing the calculation myself. And I think that others on the committee were, and it even came up today with, I think it was a question that Ms. Cruz asked about, what about this extra 5th year? Sometimes they last long. And I said, we have to look at breakage rates. We have to look at the cost of repair. We have to look at the cost of replacement. And we do a present value calculation to come up with a recommendation, which was done before.
If I recall, Dr. Mahon, you discussed with me utilizing the historical break average to work on that present value or return on investment with regard to repairs and the rest of that calculation. Am I correct?
And again, I would not ask anyone to remember that presentation. All right. I would not, but listen, I would not, and I'm not being critical of anyone in this, but I am suggesting that information was calculated and provided.
Which is what your
I
point
don't
was.
hear, I don't think any of us have an issue with what you're saying. Now, Mr. Fluck, that was a lot. Please state what you were originally going to say, and we'll have Ms. Torba repeat if. Yeah.
Uh-oh, it's red. We have to clear up the lease. You can do a one-time purchase, but if you do a lease and then pay off that, we will get the guaranteed buyback. Okay, does that make sense? So to get the guaranteed buyback, you have to do a lease. You can pay the lease off whenever. You can make a purchase at any point, but it has to be a lease, and then that lease gets paid off. That gives you your guaranteed buyback.
And then
of-
is that 0% interest? I
Correct.
think, right?
$50 for the iPad, and
Mhm.
it's $200 for the MacBooks. I just wanted to clear that up.
Right.
I'm going to change the batteries of this.
Okay,
this
good.
night.
Thanks. Okay. Does that clear up your?
So then basically, if you approve this and then you want to do the lease, you still have to have the lease approved at the next subsequent meeting. That's all.
And my final point, and I am defending myself here, right, is that it appears the issue is cases. And it also appears that we left the last meeting with ambiguity, whether it's M2 or M3, which is a very big decision. But we were absolutely clear on cases. And what I would simply suggest is that the issue of cases is a bit overblown here, particularly because it's something that we can discuss right now or at any point in the future. And I very much regret that it was decided that this public discussion had to occur. And I think it was entirely unnecessary. And I think it actually is not a reflection of the work that I've tried to accomplish for the committee and for this board.
No, you're actually diminishing what my concern was. It's communication. That's what the concern is.
Mr. Boyer, I respect greatly the need for communication. In fact, one of the things that has been kind of guiding my work in recent months is a comment you made at one of our meetings where I said, our recommendation will be, so I don't want your recommendation. I want to know what people need. And that has been, not only was it very thoughtful, it has been, I have to just choose my words better, because while I think that is something I've really tried to do, it has not been something I've tried to communicate. For example, it's been said, well, this is your spreadsheet. Well, it's my spreadsheet in that I will be the author of it. Like, there has to be a person to actually create the spreadsheet, right? But the spreadsheet will absolutely reflect the input of our administrators. In fact, I spoke with some of our senior administrators about setting up a meeting as soon as possible after tonight to sit down and do exactly the thing that is being suggested, that while it will be my spreadsheet in the sense that I will sit down and punch in the numbers, it will reflect the recommendation of the administration, because those recommendations are more powerful. And I would not sit here and say, well, the sum total of Mr. Pepe's work or Dr. Trinkle's work or Mr. Fluck's work taken together as we analyze as a team, that somehow I would come up with a better idea than that. It's just not the case. Now, I will ask hard questions. They will tell you that for sure. And I say that the board is best served by that.
So you will be compiling that staffing spreadsheet.
Yeah, and I have a start on it from the table that I presented in the meeting. I will compile as in I will be the author of the spreadsheet, but it'll be shared as we always do with our administrators. We'll take notes. We'll have ongoing work. We'll have suggestions. We'll come back to it. And in the end, we will have the highest quality possible piece of information to present to the board, for not because that's what we're going to do, because we want the board to be able to have something that's high quality, and we wish to be guided by that, by the board and the committees.
And I think we'll touch, we need to move on. I'm going to touch on that. I do have concerns that I'll express later in this meeting on this agenda. But Mr. Pepe compiles the financial spreadsheets, and Dr. Trinkle compiles the curricular itinerary. And I guess I don't understand why human resources would not be compiling the staffing spreadsheet.
I'll be this spreadsheet is probably, of all the things that come in, most centrally the superintendent's job than any of the other things. I will tell you why.
Staffing.
Right? Because
you mean the staffing is most central to the compiling the staffing spreadsheet is most central to
compiling the sheet that you're referencing is very much the superintendent's job, not that of HR as you suggest. All right. I will say that because, number one, it does involve staffing and hiring. And the individuals that we're hiring cross various departments, right? So, for example, some of it may be in the tech department, some of it may be in the curriculum department, and then we may have others with respect to facilities in the library. All of that then, right, reflects on budget. All right. And while Mr. Pepe does an incredibly important job with respect to budget. You've often heard him say, well, the superintendent has to come down to him to talk about what the needs are, what they are. And then I have to be able to come back to the board to do estimates as far as costs are concerned. And so putting together a comprehensive plan to see how the instruction works, how the budget works, how positions that cross particular demarcations of departments work. The only person who really has the privilege to be able to deal with that data comprehensively is the superintendent. But rest assured that each department in their domains will have every opportunity to weigh in and influence and ultimately shape the outcome, which we hope to be an excellent one for the board.
I concur with that. I will just say, as the only CEO on this board, that from a resource and business planning, which this is, takes place at the CEO level to make all of those ties. And then once that is made, in collaboration with the various departments, that then the HR resource would be involved in making that happen and working with the superintendent. But when you look at the business planning aspect of this school district or any business, that's the way it should work. So I just wanted to put that out there, at least in my opinion.
Mr. Carney.
I'm just looking at Mr. Fleck and thinking, like, is he done with his part?
Right. That's what I was about to go back to. So
Actually, I just have one other question for Mr. Fluck. Could you touch base on
I'm not done.
On cases? So I know that the case for the iPads is
Well, that's not-
$109.
hold on, Dr.
I'm
Wayak. That is
talking
not something that
about-
we have prepared or on this agenda. That's just to be clear, it's not a voting item. We are going to have that discussion and we are going to bring it at a future agenda and
no.
we'll have the case discussion then.
I'm sorry, no. On the agenda and on his presentation,
Yeah.
are iPad cases. That's what
Oh,
I'm
you're
asking
talking about iPad
Can
cases.
you do me a favor and just let me
I
ask my question?
apologize. No, Dr. Wayak, I
Mr.
was just
Fluck, could you
clarifying
just
that we weren't
comment
talking
on
about
the-
MacBook
on the
cases. Go ahead.
For the middle school, the cases for the iPad, it's $109. I believe it's like 33% of the cost of the actual. Is there data to support that outlay?
The only way to get Apple Care on those devices is to buy the bundle from Apple directly. So you have to have a case purchased in the bundle, and that's why I said, if I go back, that's why I said about the bundle, right? The iPad bundle, which is the iPad, the full warranty, which is the Apple Care. That's a service that they provide. That service comes about when the ruggedized case with keyboard and trackpad is involved.
And the
Okay.
case and keyboard are integral as a single item.
It is.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Perfect.
Mhm.
That's wonderful. Thank you very
Sure.
much.
Mhm.
No.
And then I guess to get the Apple Care for the MacBooks, then it's not
It's not a
necessary.
bundle, no.
So it's not a bundle. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, Dr. Wack, thank you for pointing that out, just because those are going in the hands of middle school students, how that covers it, oversees that keyboard. Mr. Fluck, too.
Right. Right. The coverage is complete for the entire unit. Great point, Mr. Torba. All right. Any other comments on this item? Could I please have a motion? We can always continue to discuss, but could I have a motion for
The only question
items
I had
7A
was on
through
on
C?
the agenda, it doesn't show that we're voting. It just says
It does
presentation, right? It
purchase.
says
It's
adoption. It doesn't say.
correct. That's item A, but could I have I was asking for a motion for items
Okay.
B and C, 7B and C.
Okay, thank you.
Could you please take them separately?
Yes, absolutely. Could I have a motion to approve item 7A? I'm sorry, oh, never mind. I'm just getting Reaver on the phone. We're good. Sorry. Could I please have a motion to approve item 7A? I'm sorry, 7B.
7A was a
7B.
presentation.
7B. Could I please have a motion to approve item 7B, the purchase of the iPads, Apple iPads for the middle school?
7B.
Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Carney. And a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Torba. Any further question, comments, or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Abstentions? Motion carries with Dr. Wayak being the single nay vote. Next, could I have a motion to approve item 7C? This is the purchase agreement for the Apple MacBooks.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Wayak.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Torba, for the second. Any other questions or comments?
I just want to make one comment that it seems to me, first off, that the world uses Windows-based PCs, and we have very little, if any, formalized use of them in the school district, to my understanding here. Yeah, I have it. The world almost use it. My concern is, I just say, my concern is that students need to have at least some exposure to a Windows-based device before they graduate, because the minute in August when they go to school, they will most likely be using a PC. But I just want to make that comment. That's it.
Sure. And I do know that we have PC labs in the high school that students do have exposure to those depending on the coursework and classwork. But noted. Any others? Dr. Wayak?
Yeah, I agree with you. But I have to say, I've spoken to, multiple students, multiple teachers, and it really is pretty universally recommended to go with the Apple product. I personally use both, and I do see the kind of the quality of the Apple product. Again, I struggle with the costs, because it really is pretty significant.
Yeah, there's no negotiation with Apple.
I
either.
know.
That's the challenge as
Yeah,
well.
and there's just not as much competition, obviously, for that architecture. Whereas for the PC base, there's a lot more competition. So I think we can probably drive a better value, to be honest with you. But then there's the whole architecture, definitely seems to be a little buggier, and seems to probably require a lot more outlay of support, from you, Mr. Fluck, and your team. So I am going to support this. But it's a good chunk of change. It's a good chunk of change, but I think it's a quality purchase for the district.
It's approaching the price of an engineering workstation in a technology company, but that's beside the point.
Mr. Carney, you had a comment?
Well, when my daughter went to college, we went to the stores. I did the research, and we got her an Apple. That's what she's using in college. But doesn't mean everybody is. On this motion that we're voting on, it's for the M3 versus M2, and the cases are, we can't put that in. It's just on the M3 computers. Okay.
Yeah, we don't
Do you
have.
need a second? He was first.
If the cases were in, it would just cost more. So you could still buy the cases and get a separate quote.
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying that that's not
No,
part
it's
of
not
it.
as if you could make a motion right now to add the
It's
case.
No, I
listed
wasn't
as
going
in
to. I
the
was just
update
clarifying.
3 days ago in the update.
Yep.
Yes.
But actually, so what would be cool, since it's not required for Apple Care, maybe we can look into cases that maybe aren't quite as expensive. I don't know.
We absolutely can.
The and I'm sorry if you
Amazon.
Shocking.
if you have comments or questions, feel free to speak in your mic. But I get the sense it's informal.
So Chris made the motion. If nobody seconded, I'll second.
Yeah, just checking in because we had conversation. Madam Secretary, do you have what you need for the motion in the second? You have that noted? Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Fluck, very much. I believe that concludes your time at the podium this evening.
I'm going to
And-
bring
Thanks.
my Staples Easy button in to push it now.
Yeah. So thank you very much for your presentation and for bearing with us through our conversation this evening.
Do you mind if I just say thank you very much, Mr. Fluck? I kind of want to apologize on behalf of the board for you to have to stand up there
As
while
I,
all that back and forth went on. You did not need to do that. We appreciated your input. It was very professional. You were very calm, and I want to thank you very much. And I appreciate what you're doing. I apologize that you had to stand up there for so long to hear all this back and forth, which in my opinion was very unprofessional from multiple board members. So thank you very much.
Mr. Fluck is a fantastic addition to our staff. Thank you. Moving on to budget and finance, I have item.
You know, I'm sorry,
sorry?
Ms. Gaiman. I'd like to
Ms.
thank
Torba?
Mr. Fluck too, and him being a part of our school district and overseeing technology. He's tech committee's doing amazing work. You only heard one part of it here tonight, looking at student devices, things he's uncovering and projects he's tasking to look forward for, a technology plan, which I don't think the district has had moving forward. He's done amazing work with a team of 4, undergoing a massive implementation of Infinite Campus, which is our student information system, which was not tasked to Mr. Fluck, but has fallen on his team. And here we are in February, where there are still obstacles that we are encountering with that project. And it does not land on Mr. Fluck and was not tasked. But I am highlighting Mr. Fluck, things that he has revealed and things he is doing and forecasting a technology plan moving forward to clean up some things here.
A lot of deficiencies that were talked about and that have gone.
Deficiencies.
Yeah, and finding them. So thank you, Mr. Fluck, absolutely, for coming in and taking a holistic approach at pulling back all of the onion peels and finding out where all the sore subjects are and making corrections. Keep it up.
And I would, and at this point, normally I would just let that go, but I'm going to speak now, right? Because yes, Mr. Fluck is finding things, but as far as peeling back the onion, prior to Mr. Fluck's arrival here, the district's technology was on the verge of collapse. And in a very brief time, our previous technology director, all right, virtualized our servers, most of which were on the brink of complete dysfunction and failure. Our internet infrastructure had vastly outdated access points and switches that were on the brink of failure. And we spent like $2 or $3 million. And this was evidenced by the fact that our teachers would come in through the door and not be able to log onto their computers because the internet was failing. And so we utilized E-rate for the first time ever here as far as a federal grant. It had been overlooked, well, perhaps not the first time ever, but for the first time that we could discover. And we upgraded the switches. We installed, I think, about 400 access points. We virtualized the server. We actually stopped paying for individual phone lines. There were hundreds of individual phone lines that we were paying, so we went and did voice over IP. And so there was an absolute resurgence of the work that was done in technology. And this is not a secret. We've presented it. And yes, there remain things that have to be done as far as upgrading Windows and all those things that Mr. Fluck is pointing toward. But I would suggest that going forward, we are building on great things that have happened as opposed to unpeeling onions.
And so I would agree that a lot of things were done, but you would be then open, Dr. Mann, for Mr. Fluck making a presentation on what has been done and the quality of that work and what has been effectively implemented, and perhaps
Very proud of it, Mrs. Gaiman. Very, very proud of it. Okay. Yes.
So you'd be open to him making that presentation about what was, done well and what perhaps still needs to be addressed without.
That would be very natural. Yes. And I think if we start where we were, say, some years ago, and look at where we are now and what we still have to do, I think that'd be a great presentation. I think it'd be a great presentation for facilities, right?
Well, because tech is obviously not getting along with you right now, so I can understand why that would be.
What's that?
I said because the tech committee isn't really getting along.
No. What I'm saying is I think that the tech committee would look at such a presentation and, in fairness, say, great progress has been made. Mm-hmm. And I think the facility committee, if we went back through the same period of time and we looked at where we were and where we are, invariably we would say that we have made tremendous progress.
Yes.
If we look back to curriculum and we saw where we were as opposed to where we are, we would see tremendous progress. And while that would mean there's a lot still to do and that everything is not perfect, if you were to look at the progress of this district in every dimension over the past 3 years and look at it fairly, I think you would be hard pressed to find a single district of the 500 in the Commonwealth that has made the progress that we have made. And I'm very proud of it. And to the extent that we wish to go back and look at where we are and where we're going, I would absolutely enjoy that conversation.
Okay. Could I have a motion to approve item 8A? Approval for the proposal of professional services regarding 2 corporate property appraisals.
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Carney.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mond. Any questions or comments on this item? Thank you for your update about this, Mr. Pepe.
I just have a real quick question. So this is utilizing services from a prior attorney. This is still kind of
That's
trickling
correct.
from years, from like what, 4 years ago?
Yeah, that's correct. They had already been working on these particular properties, so it just makes sense to continue again with them in this respect. So that's the reason why we're still dealing with them.
Do you think we're coming to an end with?
You know what? We settled the ones we had. These are new, but they're continuations of ones they've already looked at. So they have all the backstory and all the backup.
Thank you. Sounds like it's more efficient to stay with them at this time. Great, thanks.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to the Human Resources Report. Under Human Resources, we have the Human Resources Report, we have policy reading, and we have Language Learning Network Professional Services Agreement. Dr. Little notified Dr. Mann and I that he would not be able to be here tonight because he had a prior commitment. However, he said that if we had need for his services this evening, he would happily rearrange what he could, but that is why
He did not pass that along to me, Mrs. Gaiman. I'm glad he did to you, though.
Well, no, well, then perhaps that's not one of those dates. He has a prior standing commitment for educational classes on Monday nights, and if this is not one of those dates, then I am mistaken.
Thank you for the clarification.
Is this one of those dates?
I would only say that I was not aware that he was available this evening, and he certainly has very good reason not to be here.
Okay, so in general, Dr. Little attends some of our Monday meetings. He cannot make because he has classwork that has been approved by this board. And those dates, if I'm mistaken that this is not one of those dates.
I think that we're delving into a personnel issue that would best be discussed in executive session, which I'd be happy to do if you care to.
Okay.
I would actually like to have an executive session regarding this because I have noticed that a particular individual is not here at a lot of meetings, and I kind of want to know why.
I have explained as Dr. Little in our last executive session, and just informally, I have absolutely his permission to state this publicly, that he is in a graduate program, as he has explained to this board, and this board has publicly approved. And he has said that on certain dates. I do not have them before me right now, but on certain dates, yeah, Mr. Carney is agreeing that on certain dates he has evening classes, and Monday nights happen to be this schedule in this semester. And so I'm letting you know, if you were not informed of the vote that you made to approve his reimbursement for that graduate program, Dr. Wayak, you voted to approve it. And this is one of those class nights, and he is able to move his schedules to be here at the request of Dr. Mann or the board, should we show a need. If I am mistaken that that is not one of the dates tonight, then I am mistaken.
I think clarification would be needed as far as that understanding in executive session.
Okay. Moving on to the Human Resources Report. Could I have a motion to approve the Human Resources Report?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Wait. Dr. Wayak, I hear, came in first for the second. Thank you. Let's see. I did have any questions or comments. I had some, but I'll defer to anyone else who wants to go first. All right. My question, I see item number 1 on the appointments. We have Mr. Mather. We are approving as an Act 93 staff member. In our board update, I understand it was a successful interview process. Appreciate that. In our board update, Dr. Mann indicated, and Mr. Pepe, I'll pause because I know this is his area of expertise. Mr. Pepe, I'm just commenting on the human resources report. I had a question just in general for either you or Dr. Mann. In Dr. Mann's board report, he said that the director of facilities position vacated by Mr. Rohrbach, as noted at the last meeting, was being filled by Mr. Andrew Mather. A first item on our agenda this evening as an Act 93 staff person. In the update, the title for Mr. Mather was Director of Facilities, which is a position listed in our Act 93 agreement. My question, my concern is that this position for approval tonight is Director of Support Services, and that is not a position that is listed in the Act 93 agreement. We do have a Coordinator of Support Services, but the Coordinator of Support Services falls outside this salary range, is listed as 117. And I'm not objecting, like Mr. Mather's a great candidate, but my understanding in the update was a Director of Facilities, and this is a different title, and I have concerns about complying with the Act 93 agreement because this is not a position listed. So do we have to enter into an agreement with the Act 93 group in order to add this particular title? And I didn't want there to be confusion between the Director of Support Services that is not listed and the Coordinator of Support Services whom is listed. I have if you.
Yeah, the only thing that I have on that is Dr. Ake Little looked at all of that and said it's where it needs to be. So as far as I'm aware, there's no issue. Okay, but that's a little out of my wheelhouse. Currently.
So you're saying that Dr. Ake Little said that the title of Director of Support Services was fine. He had no objection to that?
Correct. That's what we advertised. That's what we interviewed with. That's what the expectation. The only difference is currently when we had hired Mr. Rohrbach, he was hired specifically as Director of Facilities only.
Yes.
Not overseeing transportation.
Yes.
When Sue left as the supervisor, that was collapsed into a coordinator now. So there is no supervisor.
Right.
And the
collapse into a coordinator. She was the coordinator of
correct
support.
And that was pretty much eliminated.
Right.
And we collapsed it into coordinator instead of supervisor of support services. So she's coordinator of transportation and facilities. This position will oversee that as well.
Yes.
And that's why we went back to the title that was there previously.
The Director of Support Services,
That's
which was
correct.
held previously by Sue Knoll, the Coordinator of Support Services.
No, that was held by Todd Berge, I believe.
Yes, if I could offer a point of clarification. Mr. Rohrbaugh and Mr. Berge before him had this position, as we always do, as we find people leaving, we try to find efficiencies. Position was eliminated and additional duties were added to the position.
Sure. I have no question or issue with any of that. My concern is strictly contractual. In the Act 93 agreement, it lists the individuals covered by Act 93. And Director of Facilities is listed on here, and there is no Act 93. We are approving I'm sorry, I don't have his name in front of me right now. We are approving, thank you, what? Thank you. We're approving Mr. Mather as a Director of Support Services, which is not a position listed on the Act 93 agreement. That's my only concern. I have no objection to, I understand there's been reorganization and different duties. I have no objection whatsoever. I understand he's an excellent candidate, and if his position title is to be Director of Support Services, that's wonderful, and I understand the logic behind it. My only concern is we're approving an Act 93 employee tonight that is not listed in the Act 93 agreement.
Ms. Gaiman, did you see this before the?
I saw this literally at 5 o'clock today because I was specifically looking and noting the human resources report because there were changes throughout the day, in the morning. Like the human resources report that we were sent on Friday was changed a few times over the weekend. And the last change, I believe, was sometime between, I looked at lunch and it had changed yet again, which is why I took a deeper dive to see what the changes were. And at 5 o'clock today, I saw this. And so it came to my attention between 5 and 5:30 today, maybe even 5:30, honestly. And then I got in the car.
Can you help us what those changes were in the HR report?
Certainly. I'm not the HR report, the HR section. So the Language Learning Network Professional Services Agreement went off and on and off and on throughout the course of the weekend.
Which I think was aware of, and we spoke about at length, right?
But the fact that it went off and on a few times today, we received updates that it was being removed. I was at work. I don't know that I received yet another update that it was put back on. So I think it was on, off, on, off.
Well, right. And I think we
on.
spent a number of minutes, a substantial number of minutes in executive session tonight talking about exactly why.
Yes, I do not disagree with that. But Mr. Mond is saying, when did I become aware of this change? I assume saying like, if you became aware of it on Friday, why didn't
just
you say
seems like
something?
gotcha moments. That's why I'm asking.
That's fine.
I'm
I
trying
became
to be
a-
very
Yeah.
upfront
And
here.
there are various and sundry reasons why that was my schedule, which I'm not able to
No,
go into.
Understood.
But that is, I'm addressing his question as to why I was specifically focused on this, and I found it out between 5 and 5:30
Yeah.
because that's when I did a deep dive and noticed it. But the question stands. So what is the process for making sure that this is not to be confused with the coordinator of support services, which was listed on the Act 93 agreement? And like, are we going to contact the Act 93 group? Are we going to?
There is no need to contract the Act 93 group. A question I think you've asked me before. And so what I will tell you is that there's no provision that I'm aware of in the Act 93 agreement. There is a provision in the Act 93 agreement to create new positions. And what I would say is that we are really making distinctions without differences because Mr. Rohrbaugh was in the Act 93 agreement, hired as such. During his time here, he took on more duties because that's what we do as a group here. And Mr. Rohrbaugh's position in the Act 93 agreement will be taken up by this individual. And if we need to clarify what Dr. Ake Little may have put there as far as what he believes to be the best title, what I perhaps in not focusing on the title, just trying to get the information out to the board in my email. I mean, I would suspect what Dr. Ake Little put there is correct, but I don't know. But, we want him to be hired in exactly the same way, in exactly the same position as Mr. Rohrbaugh has been hired because he's taking over the same job. Mr. Rohrbaugh was in the Act 93 agreement. I believe Mr. Berge before him was in the Act 93 agreement. I'm not sure. And then this new person will be in the Act 93 agreement in precisely the same way as his two predecessors were. But he's probably doing more work because that's how we do things here.
Okay, so there's no need to notify Act 93 or make any other alterations to the agreement.
I would be interested to hear why you suggest it may be necessary.
No, I'm asking to make sure. I'm saying, is there any plan to, due to this title change, notify or make any changes? But you're saying,
are you aware of any reason why we should? I'm listening. I'd love to. If there is, I'd be happy to do it. But if you're aware of a reason, I am not.
No, I'm simply asking if that is something that is an anticipated need. But I think you've made it clear tonight. So we'll move on.
And I could be mistaken, but I am aware of none. The issue has not come up. It is my understanding of the Act 93 agreement that if they request to meet and discuss, we certainly could, but if they request. But the reality is that this position is identical to the position that came before it, except for the fact that the person is doing some additional work.
Okay, so a title change is what we're looking at. All right, thank you.
And I'm not even suggesting a title change, right? I may have inartfully referred to this as the director of technology in my email. I didn't really give much thought to the title. Whatever the title is, it is, but it's the same job that Mr. Rohrbaugh has been doing and that Mr. Berge has been doing.
Well, with additional responsibilities, and it's a title change from what's listed in the agreement to what is being hired. That's all.
It was not a conscious title change. I just perhaps inartfully in my update, which I think Dr. Ake Little might have been copied on, referred to as director of facilities. And if that was inaccurate, I will stand to be corrected. If it is accurate, well, then I'm not sure the reason of concern.
Thank you. Could I have
More importantly, we have an outstanding candidate
Oh,
here.
absolutely. This in no way diminishes the outstanding candidate. I just frankly want to be sure that he's not being paid at the support services coordinator rate.
No,
Like, that's
we absolutely know
good
what we're
because
doing.
the contract specifies support services coordinator in different aspects of this
Yes.
contract. And I wanted to be sure that we were correctly accounting for him being a director of facilities in addition to other services and not just a coordinator of
100%.
support services.
On that point,
Absolutely.
Mrs. Gaiman, both Mr. Pepe and I met. We looked at the ranges, we looked at the midpoint of the range, and we came to an absolutely appropriate determination of his salary based upon the position in the Act 93 agreement that is appropriate for the work that he's doing.
Yes, and I do see that he is being placed at the appropriate midpoint of the range for director of facilities. He just has a different title, and I wanted to clarify that with the language of the agreement.
And we could certainly take that up with Dr. Ake Little as far as, because he would know why he chose to put that title as opposed to Director of Facilities. And we could come back to the board with that answer.
Good. I
And-
look forward to that.
And I don't believe I know that's exactly the spirit in which it was all put together.
Sure.
We knew exactly from the time that we started with the ad what the title was. I think the only reason why that had that happened prior, it would have already been done. But as Dr. Mann said, the position has evolved, and that's exactly where the individual's coming in.
Right.
And that was the line of questioning to ensure that people understood what the responsibilities would be. And like I said, he fits all the boxes and then some. So we're
Absolutely.
going to be good.
And so, like, for example, listed on the Act 93 agreement is the support services coordinator, which is a position that is no longer filled because those are being combined. So I understand the logic. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate the clarity. I have a motion and a second for the human resources report. The only other thing I just want to say is I'm glad to see that I know that Kyra Handel is on here on the human resources report as a long-term substitute for high school, long-term substitute for the high school. And I know her name was on the agenda last time and then had to be pulled again at the last minute, as Mr. Boyer was talking about, which is also why I was doing a deep dive. Mr. Mond had to be pulled at the last minute. I'm glad to see that we could find a way to make this work and put it on the agenda this time. And I understand the IU helped with that as well and get this position on here. I hear great things about her as well. So a couple of fantastic additions to our staff. Mr. Mather is a wonderful addition. Miss Handel is a wonderful addition and able to step in. And you know what? I have to say thanks to Ms. Buckman because I know licensed practical nurses are kind of hard to fill. So thanks for that. Three great additions. All those in favor of approving the human resources report?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, moving on, we have kind of a motion to approve item 10B, the first reading of policies 123.1, 123.2, policy 830, policy 830.1, and policy 840.
Motion to approve 10B.
Thank you, Mr. Carney.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. Any questions or comments on these? This is the work the policy committee has been doing. With thanks to policy committee and Dr. Ake Little. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Moving on to item 10C, Language Learning Network Professional Services Agreement. Could I have a motion to approve that agreement?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Wayock. And a second? This is going to
Second.
involve some
I will-
discussion if we're this delayed in a
will-
motion and
I
a
will
second.
second it.
Thank you, Mr. Mon. Discussion, questions, comments? I will be voting no on this item because here's why. This is a contract with a vendor to provide remote, computerized, I guess we were talking about earlier in this year, asynchronous Fridays when it came to COVID. This is a contract to provide computerized instruction for a class in our high school. And I think that I cannot vote to approve a vending agreement that starts on March 7th with a remote instruction option when I know that there are many individuals in our community who are I don't think a thorough vetting of other options was completely exhausted, and I would much rather see a live teacher in a classroom. In addition to that fact, and in addition to the way in which I understand that kind of what I was speaking about earlier about human resources and the degree to which we use the specialized departments in our district to supplement the work of our instructional experts in classroom and in buildings. I know that the high school principal did an inordinate amount of excellent work trying to find someone, but that's not the task of a high school principal, frankly. I also have concerns about this professional services agreement. I'm not certain as to whether this is synchronous instruction or asynchronous instruction. It is provided over a computer, whether that's during the class period time or not. This vendor offers live instruction with a 4-week lead time, although this I understand to not be live instruction. I also had concerns about this particular draft. And I know this is pending solicitor approval. However, I don't know what those solicitor suggestions are going to be. I don't feel comfortable with sometimes the solicitor tweaking of language is understood, but I have major concerns about the services starting on March 7th. The school's primary contact for the scope of work is not listed. The teacher's name is on this contract, the Southern Lehigh teacher, and that her schedule is posted on this contract. I'm not sure why that is made public. The cost for this contract for 10 or 12, I guess 12 weeks of instruction is $35,000. And that is just for the computerized course. I'm not sure how these students will be supervised, but by point of comparison, a daily sub rate would be billed at about $1,000 a week. And this is pushing $4,000, and if we need additional supervision because this is over a computer, that's pushing between $4,000 and $5,000 a week, as opposed to a daily sub rate of $1,000 a week. I mean, even if we had to hire a native Spanish speaker from our community who is not certified to teach the class and put a certified teacher in the classroom alongside them, we'd be looking at $2,000 or $3,000, not $4,000 or $5,000. So I have major concerns about the cost, and outsourcing this to a vendor and not involving, from an HR perspective, all of the resources to find a live person. Appendix B of this contract stipulates that we must disclose to this vendor our safety and security plans for the past 5 years and how we reacted to different threats. I don't think that's something I want from a safety and security standpoint. I don't want our safety and security plans and what we plan to do and what we did do in the past in the event of a bomb threat, or what we plan to do in the future, described in great detail from this appendix in the back to a vendor who will not even set foot on this campus. I'm not sure why that was included, but for all of those reasons, cost, I've been chastised by members of this board for supporting computerized remote learning, and I said under those circumstances we were under a governor's order and it was an extreme case. This to me is not an extreme case. I will not and cannot support this when we could hire any long-term sub to sit in a classroom next to a native Spanish speaker who could teach the class for, at least from what I see here, a fraction of the cost. Not to mention the fact that this was put on last minute. This is a vacancy that was known in the fall. We were being told about this option for the first time on a Friday, as Mr. Boyer said, before a Monday board meeting, and it was put on, and then we were updated that it was being taken off because we found someone, perhaps because HR was included finally on Friday in this process and wasn't included before. In fact, HR was not included in this process before and was finally included on Friday, and then suddenly we had real live human options.
Ms. Gaiman, I would just.
So, no, this is a long time coming, Mr. Mond, and all of those things I wanted on a public record. So those are the reasons why I will be not voting for this.
Ms. Gaiman, just to let you know, the individual, I actually found that individual over the weekend. So,
actually, I
just so you know.
suspected as much because that was through a wrestling contact, yes. And had I known about this, Dr. Wayak, that's a prime example of why I'm not comfortable voting for this. The one candidate, I will tell you that I do know that HR was not involved in this process. And I will tell you that the fact that you could find a potential candidate that was interviewed today speaks to the fact that our resources were not plumbed. Like, I know native Spanish speakers who have degrees from the University of Puerto Rico who teach it as IAs. We have IAs with degrees from the University of Puerto Rico and Venezuela. Do we not have a Spanish immersion program? I mean, I know of so many community members who have degrees and who could be certified.
Offer them up?
Did you
Did
reach
you
out
talk
to
to
the
them?
superintendent?
It is
Okay.
not my job as a board member,
It's
Dr. Wayak.
our job to provide solutions.
Yes.
Okay. So where were
Yes.
the solutions here? You didn't provide the
I
solutions.
found out
Why
about.
wouldn't you?
I found out
I'm
about
a little
this on
offended
Friday.
the way it's
No.
coming up.
No.
I mean,
I found out about this on Friday. Why would I not offer a solution? Because this is part of a bigger problem. It is not my job, for instance, the reason that
You had
the
solutions and intentionally did not bring them up? Is
no,
that what
I
you're saying
found out
here?
about
That's
this
what I-
opening
that's
on
what I just heard. Right. But then you have already say that you have solutions. You know of a bunch of people
no,
who
yes.
could potentially fill this. Did you not reach out to the superintendent over the weekend or today or Friday to offer some solutions? It sounds like you don't want to offer solutions because you just want to make the superintendent look bad. And then you want to, in public meeting,
Mhm. Go ahead.
chastise administration and just to like, gotcha. That's exactly what you want to do.
I will
That's
not.
exactly what's on display today. It's actually, I'm glad this is being recorded
Yeah.
because it's very clear what your goal is. And I guess I would like to ask you for public consumption, what is your goal? What ultimately, what is your goal with regard to our superintendent? Because everything that you've done in public and behind the scenes has been to undermine our current administration.
No, it
So
has
I
been
would
to
like
shed
to
a light.
hear, what is your goal?
My goal
What
in
is your
bringing
goal?
this, my goal in shining a light on this in a public session is that I have had, it is exhausting, and I share this with multiple board members at this table. We, as board members, sit in these committee meetings and sit at this table, and we are stewards of tax dollars, and we are to operate at a 10,000-foot view. And when we ask a question from a 10,000-foot view question, and we don't get an answer, or we get many different answers, or those answers change, or we get discussions and the superintendent, Dr. Mahan, tells us one thing as board members and gives us information, and then we hear the exact opposite. You know, Dr. Mahan says that teacher X said this, and then we talked to teacher X, and teacher X said that is absolutely not the case, and it's reinforced by 3 other people in the room. When I have knowledge of every single person at every single level of this organization who is calling and reaching out to me and other board members, you have this shared experience. We have all had conversations with teachers and parents and administrators at every single level of this organization that what Dr. Mahan says to the board is not an accurate reflection of what those employees think or need or want. It is my job to point that out. And I have pointed it out to him, and it has not worked. And it is time for us to have these conversations publicly. And it's time for the staff to come forward and have these conversations, because I am tired of feeling for people who reach out to me and say, I cannot do my job with this individual in charge. And so that is my intent. I have tried to discuss this individually with Dr. Mahan. I have tried to discuss this with administrators and staff members, and the conclusion is consistently reached. So yes, I am here to shed a light. And if he had answers, he is welcome to offer them. But this is, I am intentionally doing in a public session because we need to have these public conversations. That is why. So to answer your other
You
question about
certainly didn't
if
have
I,
them with the board.
what's that?
You have not had them with the board. I've heard nothing of any
I
of
have,
this.
I have. We
We
can
never
talk.
had a discussion.
Incorrect.
You've never had a discussion with me whatsoever.
We can talk about that in
No.
exact.
Well, I'm just going to, for public knowledge, you may have communicated to 4 others.
No,
but
that
you
is
haven't
not true.
communicated to the entire
You know what?
board.
I have, and I will remind you of when I did that and when we have had those discussions and what has been the result. And we will have that conversation in exec. So move.
I'm shocked at
but
how this
moving
meeting
to-
has derailed.
Moving
beside
to
myself.
moving to your comment about me not offering solutions.
This is her leadership. This is what they voted for.
This is what they voted for. Moving to the conversation about me not offering solutions, I found out about this on Friday, that we did not have a live teacher for a position that was known to be, was going to be vacated this fall. And so, no, I did not call up the superintendent and tell him about different individuals that I know over the weekend who could fill this position, because that's not my job, and it addresses a symptom, not the problem.
How often do you and Dr. Mahan discuss issues as board president?
I'm not, that does not address this issue. This issue is
It's communication is what I hear. We've
Sure,
been
we can
talking
talk about that.
communication,
We can
yeah.
talk about that some other time, but I'm talking about this voting item. It is not my job as a board member to find live teacher staffing solutions for high school classrooms. It's not. And the fact that Dr. Wayak, you could find a solution over the weekend when since November,
Well,
Dr.
it was a potential solution. Okay?
Oh, yes, but
it was a
just
potential.
But it was the person was interviewed today, but you found out about this on Friday, correct?
I did. I found out about this on Friday,
Good.
and I immediately, kept my ears open for potential solutions and
Yeah.
offered up a potential solution because what I want to do is what's best for the district, not what's best for myself.
And that
And
is my intent.
That is not
That
what
is
you're
my
doing
intent
as
as
president.
well.
That is never your goal.
My
That
goal,
is not your goal.
my goal is to make
Your
sure
goal,
that
you have one goal, and you have
I'll
four,
let you
four other
finish.
followers.
I'll
You
let
will.
you
Thank you. I
finish.
appreciate that. You have four other followers who are. Your goal is to drive down this district, much like you did 4 or 5 years ago under a previous superintendent.
And let me
right.
just maybe
You
not-
said right.
no. Oh my gosh, no.
Okay.
Please. What I was trying to do is intervene to try to move off that topic.
Certainly. However,
No, right is not what I said.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
if it came out, that's not
That's
the
not was your.
intention.
I
It was
totally
actually
accept that.
trying to change the conversation because that was, between you and Dr. Wayak, that's your business. But I thought, as the superintendent here, I thought I would offer a couple thoughts
Sure.
to
But
avoid the road that was going down.
let me finish.
But as far as right, no, Mrs. Gaiman, that was not what I was saying.
I totally accept that. I understand. Thank you for clarifying. But as far as that is my point that if
And I was hoping to kind of distract everybody from continuing that by
Yes.
offering as to why. And look,
that's fine, but
people-
listen,
right.
I will end this, but I was addressed, and my point is that
I tried to.
Ye-
I wasn't taking sides there. I was just trying to read.
that's fine. But my point is that if Dr. Wayak, if your action resulted in a potential candidate being interviewed this weekend, that's kind of to my point that the options weren't exhausted. That is all. And it's my job as a board member to make sure that all positions are being filled with the
Yeah.
best candidates.
And listen, I think we probably share similar goals with regard. I mean, this is not certainly, having a
No, it's
virtual
not
teacher
optimal.
is not even close to
Everybody
optimal.
said
No,
that.
right.
And so the individual I found was truly just through, word of mouth. I don't think the person was out or has a resume out or,
Sure.
was on any of the resources that our district looked at.
Right.
I don't know that that's fair to say
Right.
that all things weren't exhausted. However, I will challenge administration to find better than this, quite frankly. And quite frankly, I find it a little challenging and a little disconcerting that we have significant discussion on human resources items and we don't have our human resources director here to answer some of these questions, because I would love to hear some of those answers. And I find that very concerning. I'm not putting blame on anyone, but what I would actually suggest we do in the future is, if we know our human resources director is not going to attend a meeting, we should not have any voting items regarding human resources. Some things can always be done retroactively. We have some time, I think, with some of this. But I would suggest this does not show up on an agenda. And Ms. Gaiman, you did tell the board just last meeting that you make the agenda. So I guess
No,
I
did
just-
not.
You did. You told the board that you make
I
the
make
agenda.
it in conjunction collaboration with the superintendent.
Your words exactly were, I make the agenda. I make the decision. This is
Okay,
exactly what
perhaps-
you said.
Perhaps I said that about a certain. That's entirely
No,
possible. I
you
don't
said about the
recall it.
entire agenda. You said you make the agenda. So
Yes, I
some of
do
these
help.
gotcha moments regarding the agenda has me a little bit, skeptical regarding exactly how some of these things are coming on and off the agenda, because you specifically told the entire board that you make the agenda.
Mr. Mon, did you want to say something?
So with these, with all these questions in
I don't
regards
think
to this,
so.
with this item and with HR, to your point, Dr. Wack, you said about possibly getting some answers in regards to this and saying and alluding to we have time. Maybe is it right that we should potentially table this with further information that we need and require if we have a
I
little
would
bit of
support
time?
that. I would support that. Sure.
Because I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like, there's been a lot of opinions on virtual learning, and I agree. I think that in-person learning options are the best option that we could have, and from a cost perspective, I'm a little concerned with how high the cost is. I also hope that my favorite person in this district got an opportunity to put the screws to this contract, Mr. Pepe, because we might have an opportunity maybe for dropping down costs potentially with other vendors. I don't know in regards to this. So that's what that's my suggestion in regards to this.
Yeah, and I very much would like to respond. First, with respect to all of the very serious regarding I think Mrs. Gaiman, you would agree that I recently reached out to you to say I would very much like to begin my evaluation process early this year because board members may have concerns, and I would like to begin this process in January. And again, we're past that now because I very much want to hear what board members have to say. I want to be responsive to concerns. And I think I actually cited Mr. Boyer for those remarks that he made about, hey, we want to know what people are saying, not you, right? So I did offer that. I think you would perhaps agree in saying, and I would very much want to engage in those conversations to understand what concerns board members may have and to address how I might be more responsive because I do wish to be that way, right? And I will tell you, part of my approach this year's budget is very much a function of feedback I've heard from the board, my approach to the budget this year is our approach, but the one I'm taking is different than I've taken before to try to be responsive to those concerns, right? Now, I dislike this contract just about as much as anybody. And I have actually made that clear as earlier as, 6 o'clock tonight. I said it. Now, people could be mad at me. That's fine. And I don't know who did all this. Some of it was probably the HR director. Some was the high school principal. But what I really want to communicate is that the board should be proud of the administration for its effort. Not me, not Mike. I didn't do any of it, right? But the board should be proud of the administration for its efforts because some combination of the HR director, the building principal, and perhaps even leadership in the curriculum department, right, posted this position everywhere, right? Put it out on LinkedIn and social media, right? They reached out to 17 colleges within a 1 mile radius to their career center and asked, do you have anybody? And the answer was no, right? They contacted every retired Spanish teachers, probably some of whom you referenced in all of the people you know, right? And
No, but
and
that's okay.
and perhaps not, but they made a good faith effort to reach out to retired people to see if they would come in and teach, right? They reached out to Iowa and found a candidate in Iowa who would just work as an individual online. Those conversations did not accomplish much. The person withdrew, right? They reached out to former students who are studying to be Spanish teachers, perhaps some of them from our Spanish immersion program. And they even went so far as to find a dedicated Facebook page that's run by Spanish teachers to see if they could find somebody, right? All of those efforts I thought were great. And in the end, sadly, they did not result for anyone. A board member sent an email after reading my update on this, which I was very grateful for from any board member. We followed through and found, regrettably, it wasn't a solution that we wished to make, right? So I don't like the option. I made very clear that the contract is in no position, and if you read on there, it says pending solicitor approval, all right, which I actually forwarded out today internally among the administrators to say that if this is approved tonight, we have to get on a jump to talk to the vendor. Okay. And so while the outcome that is on the agenda tonight, the contract is not a good one. All right. The alternative to that is potentially, right? And yes, we may find someone and it may come in and they may be fine, but I think that there is a high degree of risk in saying that the students will not have anybody. All right. And in light of the efforts that went into this, I think that is a very fair risk to be concerned about. And so as much as I dislike this contract, probably every bit as much as you, Mrs. Gaiman, because I've always said there's no substitution for in-person instruction, and I've, insisted on that for the longest time. I don't like it either. But and I can't guarantee one way or the other, but I'm fearful that if this is not approved tonight, with all of its negatives, which I kind of agree with much of them, what you're saying, that the alternative could be worse. So that's all I have. Did the HR department, Dr. Little, or the department have a hand in any of those many efforts that you just detailed? I was not involved in those efforts. So what breakdown, and I didn't assign the high school principal or the HR director or the curriculum department. I was not involved. All right. So this information came to me. I was very proud of the effort. I didn't ask who did what. I can tell you absolutely I had no involvement in who was doing what. And to the extent that one is doing the other, they're picking up the phone, calling each other. I don't know what that was. Now, you may have talked to somebody and received information, and that person certainly didn't come to me to express a concern about, hey, I wish I was more involved or less involved. Because if someone came and said, I want to be more involved in this, do what I'd say? Have at it, man, because we're struggling to get somebody in front of our kids, right? So I'm not divvying up or trying to cut out, like all hands on deck. Find a person. I'm grateful to Dr. Wayock. I would be grateful to the HR director. I'd be grateful to a Spanish teacher. I'd be grateful to anybody who helped us solve this problem. And I don't care who it was, but I am saying whoever did all this, I'm proud of it because administration did a good job.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Cruz.
I understand the administration's recommendation is this is the best option for us to make sure that we continue the Spanish program at the high school. Is there a plan for a physical supervisor in the room, or do we not feel that's necessary?
It is my understanding that there is a plan for instructional aid support and teacher support, not necessarily physically in the classroom, but to provide supervisory support of the children in the classroom, of the students in the class. There will be an adult identified on a scheduled basis, on a rotation, that the students would not be unsupervised during the instruction. That's how it was explained to me.
So there'll be so this is going to be, so that kind of answers the question of this is going to be designed to be synchronous instead of asynchronous, meaning the instruction would take place during the class period as opposed to outside the class period?
That is how I understand it. As I asked about supervision for the students in the classroom, and that's how it was described.
Okay, because because synchronous versus asynchronous, just the idea that they could take the course anytime during any period, even a study hall they had, versus they would take all of them with their computers open and have instruction during the class period that they were assigned to have this particular class. So there would have to be an adult in the room supervising children, because we all acknowledge that computers can't supervise high school kids. So then that begs the question of, is that, if that IA is doing that, what task? Because I also know we're down at least 5 or 6 IAs in the high school alone, if not other buildings that have just been unfilled. So what other tasks would that IA be doing to facilitate instruction and deliver services to our kids that they're now sitting in a room monitoring a computer class, as well as teachers who are cycling through there versus, I mean, I would have to assume planning periods. That's a whole other additional aspect to this that concerns me.
So back to table.
Question. So I understand that there's provision for some type of supervision. Is there a potential for additional services for students who may struggle in a virtual environment?
If anyone, feel free to jump in and answer that question for us.
I'm just reading some information that was recently shared. They provide community-facing activities where you can conference for that type of thing, weekly curricular and instructional support.
Those are all embedded in the agreement, but they would all be virtual because the services are virtual. So for Ms. Cruz to say, are there any services for students who struggle?
We would have resources here obviously.
Have those been identified already?
I'm looking at the LLN contract or the LLN.
Right, but outside of the virtual contract, have those resources already been identified? And sorry, Ms. Cruz, I didn't mean to take over your question.
No, that's exactly my question. I mean, I understand that this may be our best opportunity to provide instruction to these students, but I also know that many students don't do well in virtual environments. I want to make sure that we're able to meet those needs, whether it's tutoring or additional IA support or whatever would be necessary to make sure that those students are successful.
And do we have that lined up currently? Okay, unknown.
And I will also say we reached out to our union leadership on this because this is a very challenging thing. We reached out to our principals, right? We've had serious conversations in the central office. Like we're in a bind here, and we're trying to respond as best we can, as quickly as we can. And this is not some plot or some effort other than just trying to help out. And I wish this was 3 weeks earlier or whatever, but it isn't. But I can tell you that really good people, put me aside, blame me, that's fine, right? But really good people have worked really hard on this issue to come to a really bad solution, but it's the very best solution that we have before us because we can't find a Spanish teacher.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that good people put in good effort to come up with a solution. That is not it. I'm sure a tremendous amount of work to have all these options, all that was put in. However, I think that the lack of advanced planning when this was a vacancy we knew about in the fall, and also a lack of involvement of the fact, again, that Dr. Wayak knew about this on Friday and could find a potential candidate doesn't speak to, I mean, the board wasn't even notified in January that we were looking for this. How could I possibly weigh in? That's all. It's just the reason that we are resorting to this and the reason that the union agrees to remove effectively like a CBA position from their contract.
I'm not saying that they agreed to anything or not agreed to anything.
Okay.
I just said that we have reached out to people, and I'm not characterizing anyone's response here.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but
so I wouldn't want you to characterize the fact that we reached out to a broad range of people to reflect
imply
specifically what any of that group said. Other than, and I will also tell you, like, I was not sitting in the office and, well, let's wait till the last minute and see if we get this to the board, right? This was like, we're trying to move as quickly as we can on emergency. And we have been surprised because, like, when you post a job, you need it out there for a couple weeks to get responses. And you reach out to college, all of these things are not like, well, you try a switch, right? All these things take time. And at every step along the way, our hope was that we would not be in this position tonight, that we would have a candidate, and we don't, right? And look at that, judge it as you will. But I think, putting my involvement aside, I think the administrators did an excellent job.
So I'm going to go back to understanding that there sounds like there's possible solutions. Dr. Wayak made a suggestion. It sounded like there might be other opportunities to explore that maybe weren't. With Ethan not being here, and honestly, the looking at the contract is just absolutely, it's not a good one. I'll just put it at that.
I am not here saying
so, and then the other thing that too that I would just make sure is that with our contracting process, making sure that we vetted out other possible solutions and that this isn't the overall only possible option for 35,000. So I think I want to go back to making a motion to table this with the fact that it's been identified that we have time. There's possible other solutions. The contract's not great. It's very.
I second that motion.
Down. Thank you.
I don't know that we have time. Dr. Tringle, what is the time frame on this? The two teachers
Well,
leaving?
the contract's slated for the beginning of March.
Yeah, and that's an error. That's an error.
That was going to be adjusted. That's part of.
Yes.
That would be adjusted. That would be one of the pending solicitor reviews. The individual needing for this will begin Tuesday of next week.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And that goes back to some of the stuff on the contract. So. All right.
So I think we have to take a vote on tabling it.
If you have that, then share all of that with the board. That would be great. Yeah.
What I shared with the board was that the attorney had very significant concerns that we have to reach out, which will take time. And I was just showing Mr. Boyer, and I'm happy to send this to everybody, the extent of those concerns because it's red all over, right? So I am not here contesting that the contract is not a good one, but I will tell you before we sign it and implement it, it will be in accord with our solicitor's approval, which we put on the agenda.
And those
That's
would be
typical
great to
process,
know
by the
about.
way.
Like if I had that red writing in front of me, I'd have a better informed
I'll
decision.
let
So, yeah.
Mrs. Moyer know that she should share it with the board in the future.
So back to the table.
Yeah,
So
and I'm not
there's
sure.
a motion and a second on. So I think we have to.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have to
And as
vote
far as
now
whether
on
tabling, but
it.
tabling is to come back to it at a future point in the meeting. Can we just say that our intent is to set this aside to a future meeting date, regardless of whether the term is table or not? But the motion is to set this aside, not vote on it tonight, and address this, vote on it again potentially at a future meeting. Is that the intent of the motion in the second?
That's correct.
Okay.
Because if there is another viable solution, I don't want to say, or sorry, if it really isn't another viable solution, I don't want to say no tonight and start the process over. I want to keep it there. Let
Yeah.
the solicitor keep continuing doing the work. But if there's another viable solution or another vendor that's at a cheaper cost, that if we ultimately have to do this, then that's the route.
Okay.
Well, I'd
So-
want to add to that, Eric Boyer, that there are, wherever we land, an instructional aide or substitutes in that room or tutors who can be on campus if this does have to go virtual, that we actually have bodies on campus to assist those students who would need that face-to-face.
Okay, so we are.
I think in this motion, though, we need to have some sort of a deadline on that because there is a deadline on when we need to make a decision one way or another. And whether that's we do something or do nothing and then stop education for that particular instructional area. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right? I mean,
you do bring up a good point.
so what's the date?
Yeah, can I just make a point of clarification? So once there's a motion to table and then a second, it's no longer debatable. So we do have to just make a vote.
Correct.
without further-
Correct. I was just
without further-
clarifying that table. You're right. And so because a motion and a second has been made, Ms. Torba, Dr. Wayek is correct. I was just clarifying that the motion to table is not that we are going to consider this motion later in this meeting. We are in fact going to consider it at a later date. And so he is right. We have to vote, and I can't allow you to continue to speak according to rules of order, but you are welcome to clarify your vote afterwards.
I'm clarifying that I saw the union president try to sign
again,
in.
Oh,
and
to
speak.
sign in to speak.
Yeah.
Maybe
There's
to add, shed some light that can add to this conversation. And I'm calling you out, Amy.
Unfortunately, there's no further debate. So we have to vote to table yes or no. Just, it's very simple.
He is correct unless he removes his motion, but that is correct. So we have a motion and a second to table. I'll call the question of all those in favor of tabling this item to a future meeting date. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
We have Mr. Mon opposed. Any others? I heard Ms. Cruz's aye. Thank you, Dr. Trinkle. All right, motion carries with Mr. Mond in opposition. We will consider this at a
And that
future
was simply
date.
because we need to have a sunset on this. You can't, tabling is for this meeting. We need to have a deadline on when the decision is made. So maybe we can open that up, but I would propose that we put some sort of a date on this.
Well,
Otherwise,
I
what's the
think
point?
both Eric and myself, I bet you we agree that we really are looking for more solutions, right?
Correct.
We're looking for better solutions. And I think we've made
I
it
think
very
everybody
clear.
wants that.
I think we have made it very clear that we're not happy with this solution.
I think we
that
all agree we would
need-
like
yeah.
a better solution.
So and that's, we're now challenging, all hands on deck to find a better solution. Because
when you're put in the corner here to come up with a decision.
I think Ms. Cruz actually said it properly that, virtual schooling is not good for our kids. We learned that lesson. Let's not go back. So it's a challenge. And I know you're in a tough position, Dr. Mahon, but I think we're challenging you to find
Yeah,
a
but
better
at the
solution.
end of the day, if you've got to go to the store in a 10 miles away in a blizzard and you don't have a car, what are you going to do? You're going to walk. So you have to make a decision at some point as to whether you're going to take the compromise or not. And we need to have a deadline on it. That's what I'm saying. What is the deadline, Dr. May?
Well,
Man.
and what I can tell you is like we could bring a person to this. I mean, we could bring the name of a person to the board right away and it would be the best person we have lined up for this position. And in the professional judgment of our administrators, and I was not involved in any of this, but I certainly respect it. And I shared with the board why that on balance, it seemed to be the better thing to do. But I agree with pretty much everything that's being said here. I don't like the virtual. We could bring a person and that could be the end of it. Right. But I would not be doing my job. That would be convenient and expedient, believe me. Right. But it would not convey the complexity of the issue as I have tried to do. But yep, we could bring a person and that person might do very well. And it would be in person and it would address many of the issues here, and it would save me a lot of headaches. Right. But the reality is, I'm not saying the expedient thing. I'm saying that this is a hard problem. And one of the options is virtual.
The challenge here is that it's a temporary position. Okay. So let's make sure that the community understands this. It's a matter of weeks, and that's it. So it severely limits one's ability in a resource pool to find the right candidate. And regarding online learning, it was discussed about previous history. There's a far cry from complete remote learning to one class for 12 weeks in a remote learning situation where there isn't a qualified person to come into the classroom and teach. So I would just beg to differ on that. I just have to say.
Now, can we hear the board, the SLEI president?
Actually, that's what Mr. Kearney was just asking. Like, I'm confined to allowing like visitor comment or not, and we've just voted to table this. So yes, at any point in time, the administration can call on employees that it sees, as we have had teachers and such. So I was not going to point that out that the union president signed in to speak. I was going to defer to if Dr. Twinkle or Dr. Mahan, wanted to reference that knowledge in the room. So if they want to do so at the time, I, as board president, can absolutely allow her to speak during visitor comment. So that is your call as her employer.
Share the meeting, whatever you decide is your decision.
So you're putting it in my court then?
The chair of the meeting.
Okay.
And we always value Mrs.
Well then, yes. If my decision is yes, please, by all means, speak. Or if it's my decision too, any teacher, I see a few teachers in the audience, anyone, by all means, feel free to come in and weigh in right now. Good. Y'all conferred.
Loud. I never even thought I needed a mic. Sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. But I do ask that we think about if we're tabling it, to have an end date, that if we can't find someone, say by the end of the week, that we can revisit this. And I understand that it may not get someone in the classroom on Tuesday from Language Learning Network, but to have to plan for a few days for our Spanish teachers is much different than 12 weeks. So that is a very realistic concern from our perspective. So I just wanted to share that.
I'm very grateful for all the cooperation that you have extended in your support, not in your support, that's for you to say, but
Sure.
in the collaboration that you've had with our building and central office administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think
Oh.
parallel path needs to be had in terms of this solution, other viable solutions, to the point of having a sunset date, end date, and that would probably be the end of the week. Because the other thing in the contract that it does state is that the spin up time is 2 weeks. So if we're talking next Tuesday, we're already not going to meet that 2 weeks from the terms that and the conditions that the learning language, or whatever the heck it's called, is going to be able to
Correct. That
suffice.
was already a concern we had because
So I mean,
of the
we're
the
already
lapse.
losing next week.
Mhm.
So
Are we giving administration and or staff the latitude to make that call at the end of the week, or are we having an emergency board meeting to, what I would say at that point, probably micromanaging the administration on the decision if they have a qualified candidate? So what do we do with that?
I think that, as believe in one of his updates, Dr. Mann said that there was some paperwork necessary to hire some high school musical musicians, that if that, once that paperwork cleared, much like, this, that he would take it into authority to appoint them in retroactively. So I would say that if a Spanish teacher solution was found in the coming few days, encouraging that Mr. Miller, had that lead from Dr. Wag on
One last
today.
thing I'll say, and I don't know if this is appropriate or not,
please
so I
do.
apologize if not.
No, you're fine.
However, looking at this contract, we're willing to pay $36,000 for 12 weeks of, remote learning, that possibly if people do know someone or anyone's listening tonight, I don't know if we could increase in this dire circumstance the daily rate, right now, of looking at some, I don't know how that all works, but I'm just throwing that out there, that maybe someone would be interested if we considered paying more than $200 a day.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
another, no, that was a great, thank you. And all that information, including like the timeline and the dates, Ms. Bauscher, thank you for offering that, because that's all information we didn't have. So as far as allowing the administration, if a acceptable, very qualified candidate is found, I would say that you would definitely have the authority to hire the live, as you would for any other position and have in the past, so that a retroactive hire date could be had. As far as if an individual can't be found and this would need to be, reconsidered, as this tabled item would need to be reconsidered as soon as possible, I'll leave that in the hands of administration to plan and let us know whether we have to call an emergency meeting to approve this contract or what those are.
Well, what another alternative, in order to make sure that the board is aware, right, is that if this contract were approved tonight, we would not implement it and sign it and pass it along, because there's very substantial red lines that have to go on, that was provided by Mrs. Moyer, right? So there will be an interim period. Again, hopefully a day. It all depends on this other company and Mrs. Moyer. Usually it works okay. Sometimes it doesn't. But just as if the board were to approve this contract tonight, would not implement it until it had solicitor's approval, we would also not implement it if in the interim, whenever that defined period was, we were able to get a person who could perform in person in the classroom. So one alternative would be to approve the contract tonight, pending solicitor review, recognizing that if in the interim between when the solicitor review is completed and now, if a person comes along, we would hire them and not implement the contract. That's not my recommendation. I'm just throwing that out as an option.
Right. And I appreciate that, but I think we already voted on a motion to approve this contract pending solicitor review, and we decided to table and turn that option down. So while I appreciate that, I think we've moved on, and we'll just await your, developments.
So I think I would explicitly hope that if we have 5 members of the board that agree with that point of view, then I would certainly follow that direction.
So you're suggesting if you have 5 members of the board who want to re-vote on this item that we just voted on?
No, not at all. I think if there is a consensus among the board in this public conversation, I mean, I certainly think, Mrs. Gaiman, what you said reflects what the board would like to do, but board members have not all weighed in, and if I think I would feel more comfortable, particularly given circumstances, to have the assurance that that is what the board would like me to do from each individual.
Okay, so 7, however many of us are here, Mr. Mon was the only one who did not want to table that. So I think we have action to move on from here.
Is your question, Dr. Mann, regarding if something, you find a new candidate tomorrow and you decide the administration feels like you should hire that candidate, that we should
We're empowering you to do that already.
And so long as
we've
like,
already
like
empowered
if the board were to say
exactly, Dr. Wack.
right, but if the board were to say, look, hire somebody. Now I always do send it out to say, look, I plan to hire somebody, except in the smallest of positions. But if the board is comfortable, I will hire someone if they come along and get them in right away. And if we're unable to hire somebody by the time this contract gets, meets solicitor approval, then at that point, I would just implement the contract. If that's the plan, a majority of the board would like me to follow.
And we can weigh in at that time once we know that. And I think we as a board are willing to come together to give you that feedback. I think that's great to let us know, where we are and where we stand. And I think at that point in time, the board would be happy to revisit that. Yeah, absolutely.
What is it the board, truly, and I'm not trying to be, what is it the board would like me to do?
If all efforts will be made to find a live teacher candidate that meets the highest standards that we expect in our classroom teachers. Let us know what the prospects are. I mean, a board member found out of this on Friday and had an interview today with a prospective candidate. So
I would
whatever
say acceptable standards, not highest, because of the
acceptable standards.
situation.
Sure. The
You
high,
said
you're
highest,
right.
so I'm
Nope, not highest, acceptable of the high standards of Southern Lehigh, but you're right, Mr. Mon, good clarification. So if you can find an acceptable candidate, this board, as with other positions, just as you said in the update about, I'm referencing because, you said with the musicians, you would hire them and then we as a board would approve that hire of that individual retroactively. And if those efforts over the course of whatever timeline you deem to be appropriate this week, these coming day 2, 3, 4, 5, if you need to revisit this contract, contact the board and we will proceed from there. If indeed we cannot find someone.
So I will hire if we get somebody who's going to fill that job in a reasonable way.
Yep.
Which was great.
Otherwise,
otherwise, I'm going to reach out to the board and say, we have not found somebody. The contract is ready. What are we doing?
And here's the contract, and what are we doing? Yep,
and that
sure.
may be it. That's totally fine with me. That's, I think, a good plan, actually.
Good.
but we voted not to approve the agreement. So where does that stand on a vote at this point?
Well,
We
I'm
said-
not going to
We
implement
said
the
no,
agreement.
and then we tabled it. So
Yeah.
Right.
So I am not going to implement the agreement. That will not be an option under no circumstances.
right.
Until the board approves that
until the
step.
board, votes on that
But
again.
must that happen before the next board meeting?
If that ends up being the case, we can either wait until the next board meeting or we can convene. I certainly consider this to be an emergency situation.
Right.
We could absolutely convene
Just
as a board
making
to vote
sure
on that
we're
item.
On the
Yep.
same page.
We
here.
can reconvene.
We're
We can
about getting
reconvene.
teachers in front of kids and kids in front of teachers. So yes, this board is absolutely amenable to doing that. I think you can probably find 5 board members who are amenable to make themselves available to do
Right.
that. All right, moving on, we have information only for field trips. We have committee reports. I think we all had voting items on this agenda. Is there anything to add? Policy committee, thank you for passing the policies. Anything else to add from a committee perspective? I don't think so. I think we probably updated the last, nope, done? Exactly, next meeting. All right, we have,
Just really,
yes, Mr. Carney.
we spent 3 hours, so I'll take 3 minutes. We met February 3rd. Besides the things that we already talked about, the comprehensive plan is going to be on Zoom or online February 18th to bring something here in March. We already talked about high school, but at the Ed Committee, we're talking about how to utilize the space. K-3 digital literacy, we talked about what that might look like. In the past, we had a special period for students with technology. So there was some light discussion about that. Skills in science, we talked about a science program and looking at curriculum changes, and hopefully have something in April. Full day K, we had just a quick update. They did a tour of the buildings January 13th and 20th, and there was a meeting scheduled with more stakeholders, but because of weather, it got delayed. So there's an upcoming meeting. We talked about the calendar already. Staffing is a big issue. We're going to talk about that in our next ed committee, which will be March 3rd. Thank you for the committee. It's been about a year we've been doing it. And if anybody questions my commitment to helping students, I spent 34 years helping students. I'm on the LCTI committee. I'm on the policy committee. I'm on the ed committee. I'm on the ACMC committee. I do this to help students.
Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Mond.
Are we at other business or new business?
Yes,
Okay, just
either
checking.
one.
I didn't know if that was a committee report there. Okay.
That was a committee report. Yeah.
Okay, very good. I
Now,
just
so
didn't want to
and
be out of order.
No.
Okay.
We're on a new business then.
I just have to say that I'm shocked that my tongue is not flopping on the floor at this point, holding it through the meeting. I have said in the past at other meetings that we have got to get this ship straightened out from a teamwork standpoint. I got to tell you, I sit here at these meetings and I am just beside myself that we cannot get to a point where we have some level of teamwork. And I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep trying. I try as hard as I can to be, practical, logical, and make comments that are valuable. And I implore that my colleagues on this board figure out a way to make it run better. We are going off the rails, and we have to figure out a way to make it happen. There's the negativity is going to break apart this administration and staff. And I don't want that to happen. We've had a lot of good work that's been done in really advancing this school district. And maybe I don't see everything, but I've got to say, I am just very frustrated that we can't seem to make this work in a better way. I've been involved in a lot of different boards and organizations, and this is just, it's exhausting, and we're not getting to the goals that we need to get to. There are so many goals and so many ways that we can accomplish them if we work together and put some of this stuff aside. I mean, we got to look at the common goal, and that's all I have to say. I don't expect any debate here. I just have to say it again, as I said when we had a board meeting in the middle school. Okay, that's it. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Yep, I agree with you, Steve. Absolutely, there's opportunities for improvement, and hopefully that's what moves in that direction, because ultimately it's about what is going on in this building and the other 4 buildings in this district. That is the priority that needs to happen. So I absolutely echo your sentiment in regards to figuring this out.
And I think we all do have very different experiences, and we need to start listening to each other about what those experiences are.
I also had a shout out. Last week was National School Counseling Week, and the slogan was so appropriate to what I see all our counselors doing, both where I taught and here in our district, helping students thrive. And I know sometimes you do that shorthanded, and over the years I've heard sometimes people getting attacked for doing it. So I just want to praise the national school, the school counselors. Thank you.
And Ms. Torba.
I think we're in new business, probably bleeding into other business. And Mr. Pepe stepped out. I just wanted to take a moment to address, an important matter here in our community with the development of, here it comes, Promenade Park. Just wanted to kind of bring that out. It's a significant project that's going to bring about various changes to our community. And I just strongly encourage administration working with Alloy 5, to collaborate on the research and just collecting pertinent data to bring forth to the board so that we can make informed decisions in the near future and longer term future.
Mr. Torba, thank you for that observation. I actually have been in contact with, I think his gentleman's name, Mr. Duckworth, who is the overseer of this. I hope to set up a meeting with him soon. I was over to DeSales University last week to talk about the county's effort to expand on affordable housing, which could be impactful to our area, particularly in connection to the promenade. So and I think Mr. Pepe has also been very much involved in talking to our local government officials. So we are monitoring this very closely. We will be sharing everything with LA5 as they do the demographic work. And we look forward to bringing back information to the board on that precisely excellent point.
Yeah. No, you stepped out when I gave you a shout out. If I can just roll to, what is it, other business?
Sure. I mean, nobody has
Or-
other new business. Sure, go for it.
I have one thing, but take it away.
We will loop back to Mr. Boyer
I
with
just have a
whatever
real-
he has to
I
say.
just
Go
have
ahead.
a real quick request. So go ahead. No.
Ms. Torba, go ahead, and then we'll loop back to Mr. Boyer.
I just wanted to circle back. I think it was 2 meetings ago when we approved junior high soccer, boys and girls soccer, that, in alignment with the Colonial League. That was a decision driven by the Colonial League to dismantle co-ed soccer and implement girls and boys junior high. And I appreciate and recognize the opportunities that we are providing our girls and boys. It's a fantastic opportunity, and to feed up to our high school program. I do just want to clarify some confusion that students can play for their school and for their youth or their club team. There's been some mixed messages out in the community, but just rest assured, there is no conflict with practices and games from a school team to that youth or club team. And I just wanted to set the tone there so that community members understand, yes, if you feel your child has that time management to participate on the girls or boys soccer team at the middle school and their youth and their club, practices and games shouldn't be a conflict. And I'm sure if a parent had a question, our athletic director, Mr. Spangler, would be more than willing to address those. But there seemed to be a little bit of uncertainty about, the community and school and youth and all of those items. Thank you.
All right, real
Mr.
quick. Request for next meeting. I want to make a recommendation or a request that we have a Infinite Campus update. Most importantly, what I'd like to, because I hear and all the concerns from teachers to community to staff, I'd like to understand what's still outstanding. If possible, I don't need a who owns them, but I'm going PPL method here on this one. In regards to an action item, I'd like to understand what actions are still out there, what's being taken to remedy them, and what's the estimated resolution date. And I'd request that we have a regular update until everything's resolved and we have that fully put to bed. Like I said, I'm going a little PPL on you. So
No, actually, that was the easiest thing.
And just also a timeline to help us understand where we've been throughout the fall, like at what point were different milestones hit with regard to implementation, and at what point did we have, throughout January, et cetera. Yes. And actually with that plan, to know how, you said you don't need to know who's being tasked with it, but perhaps a departmental, not an individual, just from a departmental approach, how are we tackling this on an ongoing basis?
I mean, with detail.
Yeah.
Support with detail, not just 30,000 foot of training scheduled, i.e.
And to the extent that anything we provide is insufficient, just follow up and we'll connect.
All right. So at this point, I did not check visitor comment again, but I don't think anyone else. I think the only person who signed in to speak. Yeah, I need to refresh here. So I have Mr. Diebel wanted to speak. Whoa, yes, Mr. Diebel wanted to speak. I assume, Ms. Bauscher, that you're. The floor is yours, Mr. Diebel.
Thank you. Well, I'll be brief, unlike some of the board members who are sitting in front of me here today. When I've been coming to these board meetings here for the last 5 years. I have not been so disgusted as I have tonight with the decorum since we sat here for 2 hours at a time arguing over the validity of face masks on our students. In honesty, the board's charter is to provide direction to the school district, provide policies, provide the budgets, and hire a superintendent. You've hired Dr. Mann to do the work that he is doing. Now, when you have your committee meetings, people come forth with recommendations, but ultimately it's going to be up to Dr. Mann to put those recommendations down onto your agenda. He brought forth his proposal tonight. It may not have been what you agreed on when you walked out of a committee meeting last week, but he put forth his best effort, put forth a reasonable solution here. Now, at the end of the night, we're arguing over whether or not you have cases for your Mac computers. I mean, realistically, the business of this board, if you're getting to the point where you're micromanaging Dr. Mann and his administration over cases on computers, I mean, come on, folks. We've been here for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Get your act together. Thank you.
I see no other visitor comments. It is also the board's duty to evaluate the superintendent's performance, and I believe you heard some of that this evening. Motion
I
to
don't know that we're
adjourn.
supposed to go
And
back
if
and
I could
forth.
follow
I don't
along,
think we're supposed to go back
Mrs.
and
Gaiman,
forth.
in
Ms. Gaiman.
every respect, the evaluation is to be confidential. And while in the end, board members will go to the public, I would have always respected the courtesy to start as a board going confidential before we had what happened tonight.
To direct you and how you conduct the business of the educational vision of this district is what we are charged with doing at these meetings.
We're talking evaluation. That's what I.
No, that was not, that you're
No,
talking formal
you
evaluation.
just talked about evaluation, and what I will tell you is, and I will say this again.
Yes.
My absolute goal is to support each and every member of this board, whether they think I'm doing a good job or not, or whether they care to have me or not. And I hope to engage in those conversations. And tonight, when there was a work to be done to bring this to my attention in public, as opposed to doing it in advance with the whole board, right? I don't know that that's the best way for all of us to advance. And so I express my willingness, my strong desire to meet with the board as is envisioned under the evaluation of the superintendent, to understand the concerns that our board members have, to candidly reflect on because I truly don't know and wish to know more about the depth of concern that obviously some members have, and together as a team of 10 to move forward as a team, and most importantly, move forward. That is my commitment. And I hope to do it in a way that is structured and in a way that is already defined with respect to the process that's used to evaluate me.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes. Second. So moved. We are adjourned. Thank you.